much.
Holy moly. What's up? Where's my music? Jeez.
Oh, hi.
Yo, 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 yo. What's going on? Some Not My Own Snowblade Chewy. Chewy, thank you for the 49-month resub, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. Damn, 49 months. That's crazy. Crazy. What? What? What do you mean golden Capitrane? What? How? How, man? Snowblade with a 49-month resub as well. Look at these 49-month resubs. They're procking the golden Capitrane. Does it even have to level up? Oh, contribute to earn this exclusive emote for 24 hours. Whoa! Snowblade, thank you for the 100 biddies, man. I wish I can gift bits. I could do this. Oh my god, Sheer Quad! What the? Oh my god. Snowblade with a 200 biddies. The streamer gifts 1 sub. And Shirkwan's like, man, I don't care. I'ma show everyone off. Just show everyone up. Look at this guy. With the 5 gifted subaroonies. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. That's crazy. Nope, that was Bring Me the Horizon. I don't drip feed like those guys. That's crazy. These golden kappas. That's crazy. That's all you get, though? Hey, man, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you, everybody, for the resubs, the biddies, the gifted. We made it to level 3? Wait, what? This leveling stuff is crazy. Yeah, that is Bring Me the Horizon. Look at this golden kappa train from two resubs, by the way. These things like proc so easily, huh? Don't worry, Shirkwan. I got you back whenever I make it to the Czech lands, to Czechoslovakia. Yeah, dude, when I get there, man, got some rounds on me. I was gonna say beer, but that's not the play. Certainly not beer. What song was that? That was Crucify Me by Bring Me the Horizon. That was the intro. Czech beers are very good. Actually, that's true. I had some in Poland. They brought me some to try. I mean, I assume it was real, right? I think I have a picture of it somewhere. It was the dark beer that I liked a lot. What you had? Hold on, my VTuber's gonna disconnect for a moment. I should have it in my pictures. Photos. Library. Let me scroll to Poland. I could swear I took a picture. Maybe I deleted it. I'm scrolling though. I'm checking. I don't remember what it was. It was like dark beer. It was in a small bottle. Well, not small, but it was in a glass bottle. I don't know how much that helps. I was given 3 versions. There was a light beer, dark beer, and there was one more, but I don't remember what the other one was. I don't have it. I don't have a picture. I thought I did, but I don't. I bet you it's like very typical Czech beer. Here, let me Google it. Czech beer. Top 11 top Czech beers. This is when you know it's serious. Not Budweiser. Not Staropramen. Oh man, the dark. It looks kind of similar. Not Kozel. Can I get some like? No, not that. Oh, that sounds familiar. Wait, let me look this up. Hey, what the? That didn't copy paste that at all. Yo, Golden Kappa! Thank you guys for the support. What the? Epic clip. Did you know, lacking sufficient funds to build a strong navy, the Continental Congress gives privateers permission to attack any and all British ships on April 3rd, 1776, in a bill signed by John Hancock, its president, and dated April 3rd, 1776. The Continental Congress issued instructions to the commanders of private ships or vessels of war, which shall have commissions of letters of marque and reprisal, authorizing them to make captures of British vessels and cargoes. Damn. That's crazy. Now you do. Time to grind. What the hell? What do you mean time to grind? Dude, if I just go on images, I wonder. What is grind? Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to find this Czech beer. You know what? It kind of looks like Bernard. Yantarove. That might have been it. Lezak. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Bernard Yantarov Lezak. But it was the dark beer, I think. I'm not. Yantarov. They should simply of 3D printed one out to save funds. Dude, true. In 1776. It wasn't the Lezak. It wasn't that one though. Oh, it's Cerny Lezak. Yeah. Oh my god, you guys, it's literally was it Świąteczny? Is what it would be. It would in Polish it'd be Świąteczny, Czarny, and Jantarowy. But I had all three of those, and I liked the dark one the most. The Czerny? I don't know. That's the one I had. It's pretty good. I liked it. Pretty good. Sorry, I played the song. This is the part. It's just the intro of the song. Bless you. Thanks, man. Anyways, enough of that. Lezhak. With the H or no? Or is it just Lezak? It sounds very close to lollipop in Polish. All I gotta do is full prestige and I'm done. Full prestige. Oh, for the thing. The game. I don't know how else to describe it. You know what, man? Watch this. Watch this right here.
Lezak. 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 Lezak.
Yeah, I didn't think that was correct.
Lezak.
Lizard. Lezak. Nope. It's What'd you say it? B tier beer. That's it. Lezak. Did you re-enable VODs? Yes. I did, but they're private again, aren't they?
Lizard.
That is so loud. That is so loud. That is so loud. That is so loud. Oh my god.
Lizard.
Apparently there's muted audio for yesterday. That riff leads into a breakdown. So now you know exactly what it feels like. Yes! Yes! The bomb to bomb the panhandle. Oh, I see. I don't know, that song's old. That particular one. Well, you said you're tapped, Snowblade. What do you mean another 100 bits? Hey! Relax, man. Do your scratch cards. It was $1? Was it? I don't know. The bits are like, I don't. I did just re-enable the VOD again. $1.40? Oh. That's right. 1 bit is like a cent. I always forget about that. I just stopped using those because they're like... I feel like you're scamming yourself, man. Only B tier beer. I mean, I liked it. It was pretty good for what it was. Good night, Chewy. Good night, man. What happened here? How did something spill? I thought there's no stream today for some reason. No, just the weekend. Nothing wrong with a cheap date? Hey, I'm saying, man. What's up, Juvie? But it is the weekend already? True. Good point. Absolute vodka mule last night, and that was canned? We have Adam Mickiewicz, which is like a Polish vodka. I don't know when we're actually allowed to drink that. This household is very very strict about their Easter. Easter suffering. Good to see everyone, though. Hope everyone's Friday's going well. I don't know if you guys have any crazy plans for Easter. I've got a busy weekend ahead of me. I have a lot of work to do. Got a haircut today. Nice. Very nice. Very nice. Barbecue and then the Mario movie Sunday. There's a new Mario movie? Korean barbecue pog. Went for a long walk with dog today. Nice. See, Juvie? You see, Shirkwan walks the dog. A long walk, too. Got a fade. Fade in a hole. But I don't want to. Well, then ask Shirkwan to walk your dog. SMH. God damn it, I have 2 chats open. Because I have my chat arena. I'm tripping myself out. But I need to see when the ads are gonna take over. So I can't just close it out. My eyes are so itchy today. God damn. Good old springtime, am I right? What kind of dog do you have, Juvie? He doesn't. We had a conversation yesterday on Phasmo. Early game of this is rough. Nah, you know what, dude? If you just spam the 25s, you spam the 25s and luck out. It goes by so much faster. That whole shebang. So am I supposed to walk you? Yeah, you actually do. I don't know, this Juvie guy has not been walking much. These boots were made for walking. He's getting old in his old age. Crosswalking a lot. What is that? What? What the? Where did my thing go? What I am doing? Crosswalking? Cross-training? This guy's making up random words. What the hell? I'm playing Voices of Wood. Well? What, you're in a well? You can't walk in a well. You are the master English, so you have to know. I think, oh god. I think Fusion TSK is the master English. I have no idea what you're talking about. Crosswalking? I feel like some people in the religious world might be a little upset if you're walking on a cross. Just my assumption. Still can't believe that I Am Jesus Christ is a game. I think we watched, like, the trailer for that or something. The trailer, I don't remember. I feel like we did. I could be wrong. My pewter. Text block. Did I finish the dailies today? Gothic 1 remake. Am I ready? Dude, I've never been more ready, Mr. Juvie. It's just crazy. Yep. Can't wait. I was in 70 bucks. Oh, Juvie. Come on. It's 2026. Oh. There we go. All right, buddy. Let's send you out. Okay. November. Is that when your cruise thing is? Stronghold Crusade remake was just 15 bucks, man. It's almost free nowadays. That is true. Oh my god, we don't have a remote keyboard control module. So if he gets lost, he's just gonna be there. Just don't get swallowed, please, for the love of God. Alright. This is doing its thing. Kerfus is doing their thing. Let's do a calibration. Okay, so Kerfus is going to Delta. Bahamas. Bahama mama. And the coordinate radars are dying again. You got Kerfus? Yeah! Kerfushki. What the? Wow, that was fast, though. I'm pretty sure that means Kerfus is just done for the day. I don't think another server's down. Well, never mind. One more. One more for the road. It looks like they fixed the routing a little bit for Kerfus, which is good. Because it was pretty rough earlier on. Bermuda. Bermuda. We're in Nassau. Whoa. Huh? The city in Germany. Germany. Hey, good work, Kerfus. I gotta go get you your, We gotta go find Kerfus, the bed. I think it's in TR2. There's time. Let's go do it right now. Thank you. Better get there then. I have a feeling we should clean the kitchen first. Run away. So are the roaches just gone now? They just don't walk about here anymore? If you had to clean up a house, let's just say that it was your new home, and you don't want to live in a mess, what is the first room you would clean? Call cleaning service once. Let's say there's no cleaning service. You have to clean it yourself. Kitchen, toilet, bedroom, PC room. Living room or bedroom? I would probably do kitchen first. Bathroom, kitchen, living room, bedrooms. Kitchen, toilet, bedroom, living room. I don't use my living room at all. Yeah, I would be kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, and then whatever other room there is. You can get food anywhere. You can't shower a lot of places. That is a fair point, actually. I didn't even put that into consideration. The hell was that? But that being said, I think it'd be more expensive to get it takeout every single day. What am I prioritizing right now? I mean, I think it's cheaper than in New York by a lot. If you DoorDash here, you're basically asking to go bankrupt. Wait a second. This is like a scam, dude. I'm just realizing. The convenience of these garbage bags is that you get 10 in one, but it costs 16 to get this roll. A normal garbage bag costs 1. I feel like I'm pranking myself a little bit. I think it's 10 bags in a roll. And I pay 16. Where's my repair? That little? I guess so, yeah. Come on, let me hold it. Thank you. Quantity should make it cheaper. That's what I'm saying. One bag solo purchase is 1 point. So it's actually cheaper for me to buy one at a time than the full roll. But I guess it's the convenience. I don't know. Because with a roll, I don't have to switch to a new bag. You know what I mean? I can just spam with the... God, this is such a mess. Like, what is that, dude? I wish I could find my sponge. I don't know where it went. Not that that would fix a lot of the problems that I'm currently facing here, but... I need my sponge. Is it down here? Garbage bag rolls cost more than garbage bags, sacrificing 0.3 points per bag, with the benefit of being more practical. That sucks. But it is a lot more practical. Like I said, you can just hold the roll and make new bags. Use with wet sponge to make it soapy. How much does a sponge cost? Okay, buy a sponge. Because my other one just vanished into the void when I accidentally threw it. What the? What was that? Garbage bags are used to bag up trash piles, which can be done up to 12 times. Oh, it's 12. Oh. I mean, that's still 4 less than I can get if I just buy them solo. Separately. What a ripoff. Thank you, man. Be free. Okay. Oh my god. Hey, Alif! What are you doing here? Yo, yosha, yo. Dude, it gets stuck in my head. Last time you said it, it got stuck in my head for like 2 days. And like, my TikTok just had that, like, non-stop for a long time. For a long time. Why do I keep freaking falling, man? So what the freak? How stream was good or no? I'm cleaning my kitchen. It's not good. I'm freaking trying. Fish cake. Wow. Why you trip? I don't know. Clumsy this Dr. Kell. Dude, how in the hell am I cleaning this carpet with just a sponge? Ooh. Sponge. Sponge. Leaf, when do you playing this? There's Alien. You like Alien or no? They pranking me here so often. It look dank. You know, what the? It is.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday.
It is dank. What the? Hello, soap or no? Okay, I just ate some soap. Hey, Ghost, how you doing? Yes, crunchy soap. Very good. What a mess. Ah, yeah, the move is done now or no? You are free? Sponge. I think we're actually gonna get visited by the aliens in the next couple days in game. Because we got their signal. You guys want to hear it? Look, this is what the alien's sending me. You look. Yes. Very nice. Very nice what they said here. Chilled, man. Chills. What? Why am I in Soundhill? This is Kerfus. He's taking a nap. Hey, you get all that? Hello? Now you listen me. God, what a mess. This is pissing me. Bro. Do they come in peace? They're a little bit of, they're a little pranking here me. Last time they coming here and you know what they did? Oh, they're so silly. They throw rock at me. They throw rock. It really hurt. Yes. Like that, you see that. Is no good. This is a crazy good sponge. Let me just say. The stupid door is closing. Lucky not a brick. They do something similar in a different little area. Maybe not necessarily a brick. More like they lock me in a building. They're alien cat girls, but they're invisible, so you cannot see them. That's the best part about this game, is everyone's like, wow, they are hot or no? And it's like, well, how you're gonna know? They're invisible. Do I have a poster of it? I think I might have a poster. Oh, this is their sheep. You see, this is their sheep, but their sheep white. I don't have not yet the poster. Coffee. Coffee, chiro, chicken. Yeah, nothing yet, sorry. But soon, I'm telling you, they are coming here, and then I'm gonna taking this, the poster, and I'll put it on the wall. It's gonna look very nice. But right now, I'm cleaning the kitchen. because it's so dirty. How am I supposed to make food in this dirty kitchen? You know? Know what I'm saying? Why isn't it working? Chat, what is the first room you would clean in your house? The bathroom, the kitchen, the bedroom. My answer is the kitchen. Kitchen. Oh wait, I mean Robot Chicken. Wait, oh yeah, I forgot to say I like your Adult Swim name. No, it is Adult Swim. It is Adult Swim. Yeah, we're very Adult Swim themed. Theme. Adult Swim theme. I have to be an alien as well. Something's got to be wrong with me. I can't not even speaking English, nothing. Why? It's easier all this stuff is there. True. Yeah, you don't want to clean in the, you don't want to working here in the dirty kitchen. Kitchen. I love Robot Chicken too. But yeah, it's all Adult Swim. My intros are very Adult Swim. Why there's bong? Who's smoking hero weeds? The freaking ceiling. Sorry, man. Dude, not good. Not good, man. Can I get that back? No. It's mine now. Dude, that looks like mold. I'm just... Hello? What happened? I thought I heard something. Maybe I'm crazy. Squeaky clean. I think that's good. Yes. No. Now? All right. You know, normally the first thing you would do when you're cleaning something like this is picking up all the trash, but... well, what can I say? What can I say? Chat, should I watch Dawn to Dawn? Should I really? I mean, I watched the first season. Yes, yes. What about, what is it? Jujutsu Kaisen. Is it actually good? Yes. Well, you're already invested then. I mean, I watched it, the first season, but I don't know, Voices of the Void! Yes! I love this game right here. I would have to rewatch it. I don't remember too much. This is one of my favorite games. I would say Leaf would enjoy it, but I think it's too tedious, and there's a lot of work to be done before anything exciting happens. Planet! What is it saying? I'm, okay. That's crazy. I like its accent. Yes! What are you thinking he is from? First playthrough had me get 3 events on the first or second night. The game is either extremely slow burn where nothing happens, or you are facing hell. Boston! But it's a different planet. How'd this happen? How Boston new planet? Space Boston! Oh my god. The planet Boston, easy mistake. Oh my god, that's crazy. They got bagels in there or nah? No, what the hell you're... Okay. Triangle. Now we're triangulation. You see here. Triangulation. Look. Now is connection. In the middle. And then circle. And then... go here. But first you're looking... is moving the satellite. Wow. Come on, man. New York City! Wow! Very nice. What a freaking mess. Sorry, I bleeding here. Sorry. I clean. Okay. I fell. And then my skull was bleeding. It was crazy. Okay, now we're looking. Huh? Wait! Listen to this. No, stop saving. Wait, I missed it? I can't get that one. It's no good. Why are you ooh here in my chat? Ubu jar. Where the freak is that noise? Oh, I'm hungry. It's like, why do I hear like a monster? Yo, sorry man, I'm hungry here. We need coffee too. We're at 23 sleep. Crazy. Oh, I can't afford it. Yeah, yeah. God damn it. Oh. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Bro, what do I need tape for? Give me floppy disk. Dean's Clearwater Revival. Wow, that's good. Was this your band? Or no? I listen one day your band. Sorry, what time is it in game? I can go to sleep at 2 p.m., right? That's not a big deal. I don't know if I finished all my tasks because I don't have email. Nobody emailing me. Nothing. Isn't this song from like a really bad anime? Like this anime was actually terrible. The song's a banger. This is like probably my favorite Japanese musical artist. Gonna go to bed. May affect my blood sugar. What? How you? Hello? How? What happened? Burger? What the freak? Is that Kumi? It's Kumi. Hey, understandable. You go. Wait, you had a burger before bed? I think I would die. Yo, Nord Princess, what are you doing? Diabetes. Oh. Oh, man. Dude, there's something like... I know it's... The typical... The meme is like... America. But... A lot of I know more Polish people... With problems like that than I do Americans. I'm scared this is gonna burn over there. Yes, eat good better. And good sleep too. Very important. Wait, how is this full? What? Man, I love this song. Enjoy your sleepings. I think his bed is very premature because of this sickies, but yeah. That's a good point. Good point. Sweet tea? Dude, I can't, I can't with sweet tea. I used to drink so much Arizona green tea. Ooh-wee-oo. Why your wheeze? Why your wheeze? Is it true that the regular show's coming back? It'd be the South. The South ain't no excuse to be doing poorly with your diet. Okay? Why do I still hear... Why is flying? Or no? What? Hey! Hey! What do you want, mother? Hey! Where? Kill! Get out from here, my food! I can't get under the table. This is ass. I don't want to eat it by accident. Where's my sponge? Sponge. Just crawl. Crawl. Big meaty claws. Maybe over the weekend I will watch, like... Well, I need to watch the Chainsaw Man movie, because everybody's telling me that, like... It would be my favorite movie of all time. I don't understand why. I bet you they're just memeing, but still. Wow. When Leaf raided us, this was still a mess. I mean, it still is a mess back here, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, hi.
Hello, Kyle. How are you doing? Crawling in my crawl. These crawls, they will not crawl. This is where we put Curtis now. My friend, come here. You sleeping right here, okay? Yes. Very nice. This place has way too many trash bins. Like, what the hell going on here? I can't afford no coffee. I'm going to bed. Old white dude. Wait. Old white dude in his 60s was ahead of us getting tickets, and he's just like, give me the noon ticket. I don't care what it is. Well, he was in our movie theater and left 4 minutes after the movie. After it started, or... Why am I awake? I don't want to sleep. I sense something. I can't save. I'm dead. 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 Well, whatever it was, we missed it. I don't know. Unfortunately, there's instances like that where you don't even know what's happening. Nap time. Oh, I gotta run ads. Ads are already running. So let's just get, we're gonna pause for now. And we'll continue after the ads are out of the way. Which means I need to move my chatterino because I didn't see the timer for that. Yeah, I agree. Ads. Freaking conformity. Gosh dang it. A nap sounds good today. What's it with you and your naps, dude? Dude, I'm off work. So your whole thing, when you have days off, you just nap. I mean, you know, people make do with their days off what they do, I guess. They do what they're doing. He is here. I can sense it. I don't know what that was. Maybe it was them arriving. I didn't see. They could have been in the distance. Laundry to do. This guy does laundry. Ha! This guy's out here doing laundry. I can't nap, straight up raw dog in my downtime like a chimp. Man, I wish I could nap. I don't like napping. I don't like the idea of it. And then on top of that, I just feel awful when I do nap. It's just not good. Can't do it. Didn't sleep well last night, so naps sound good. How didn't you sleep well? You didn't work. Why didn't you just sleep in? I don't understand. Imagine just closing your eyes and you have less day left, though. Yeah, I guess for the bad days, but those bad days are typically the days when you work. Right? At least for me. "45-minute naps." Yeah, okay. Look, I understand. I have days where I'm just like, man, what if I could just skip? What if I just vote skip this specific day? I understand, but I just do something else to, like, not think about the day. Typically. Ads are over. Can I vote to surrender this day? Yeah, man. I don't know. I can't think of, like, off the top of my head at the moment, a day that sucks to that degree. Usually it's related to not streaming and not doing fun activities outside of the house. So, considering that I game pretty much daily no matter what, lately it's been chill. It's been chill. Of course I wake up at 100, sleepy rest, sleep, and the night is only starting. So now I can't even get anything done. Wake up at 19:05. Oh god. Oh god. I want to find the TARDIS. Two more playthroughs and I'm done? Hell yeah. Yeah, dude, that's the most tedious part of that video game. You know what though? I will say, now that I'm thinking about like what would equate to like a bad day that I would want to nap through, these are unfortunately frequent for me actually, but just days with migraines. The problem is that if I go to sleep with a migraine or even a headache, I'll wake up with an even worse one. And then I would just feel like garbage. Even more than I already did. Mercedes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Purpose what? Welcome, Moon and Star. Come and see me through fire and war. Sweet Erevar. Wee-woo, wee-woo. Come and look upon my heart. Upon my heart. Have I missed out on this bumper and we'll have to find the alt channel? It's on the old channel. You don't have to find it. There's notifications in the Discord when there's an upload. Come, Nerevar. Come and look upon my heart. Upon my heart. Hasn't found the egg yet? Missing out. Curvis? Okay. Wait, are there more? Oh, sorry. Okay, go sleep, go sleep. Why can't I? Thank you. Was that the dude underneath the table? It was. Well, you know what? This looks nice and clean now, right? Hey! Okay, I didn't want to eat it. That's disgusting. Whatever, dude. Protein, right? Why did I think that was a spoon? I don't want no beer. Alright? I don't want no beer. Yep, Roach. Here I thought they were just gone. But I guess not. For the VOD or the bumper itself? The bump itself is on the alt channel. It should be. I think I uploaded it at 12 a.m. on April 2nd. Does the Discord notify you? No. There's no notification. It's on the list of many uploaded VODs, though. It's in that channel of, like, YouTube notifications. Oh, that's more what I meant. All of them are scheduled to be uploaded at the end of the week. So, this week's bump is going to be uploaded at midnight EST tonight. And each one is typically at the end of the week, or if it's just for the one day, it'll be uploaded the night after. Or at the end of the day, I guess. I didn't do anything special for St. Patrick's Day aside from changing the text to green and adding a little shamrock. So it'll change for the future ones. I wasn't clever enough to think about making something like that for that. Also, it's so much easier for April Fool's Day because all I did was talk about the day. Schedules uploads cringe. Yeah. I finished the bump, and then I immediately upload it to YouTube, because otherwise, I'm going to forget. And if I forget, then it's cooked. Just like all of the VODs. I'm behind on like 4 days of VODs, because I keep forgetting. I get distracted. I'm wasting so much time, but I have no idea what to do right now. I guess eating is a good start. Potato. You know, I've been thinking about it. We should probably take these pipe bombs. Oh, this is a fuse! No way. Okay, well, I bought 2 of those. We need a bunch. A lot more than 2, that's for sure. Canned food. Yippee! This guy's always hungry. You know, I extended the days and he's still hungry. Canned food. All that beer that fell. Drives. A random wheel. These are trash piles. Did I check what's in here? Yeah. Okay, okay. There you go, you happy? Alright, we have to CR check, because one of them was already at 0. Oops. Oh god, dude. Ow, I just got 4 new replacement fuses. So wait, which one was it? I don't know where CR1 is. We're just gonna go. We're just gonna go. What is that? Oh. My only lingering, like, paranoia is the zombie deer. But we haven't even seen it yet, like the corpse. So I don't think the zombie deer appears until after that first encounter. I might be wrong. Might be wrong about that. But I'm pretty sure that's true. What's wrong with scheduled uploads? It helps people like me. The not deer? Yeah. Pretty sure it only appears after the first, like, when you see the first dead deer. I think it's the not deer. Not the deer that disappears, but the one that chases and, like, tries to kill you. Like the zombie deer. Just trolling, but you better be. I schedule emails all the time. When I worked in real estate, I didn't, because my boss was always about just sending everything immediately. Or, like, leaving it at drafts. I used to schedule tweets. That's when, like, what is it? Tweet deck was still a thing. I'll say one thing that I'm really bad at as a streamer is posting when I go live in places. As you can tell by mostly everything being automated. I'm scheduling this message right now for 1923. Hey, that was probably a good year. Was that your birth year? My bad. My bad. That was completely uncalled for. Raccoon Man does whatever Raccoon Man does. Repetition of the same joke works in threes. Gonna need another old joke before you can stop. What? Wait a minute. This is the one we replaced. What do you mean they're all broken? This sucks. It's okay, we need more dad jokes up in here. It, you know, it kind of equalizes the playfield a little bit. Because typically, it's just 6-7. And that gets exhausting real quick. Is there an upgrade for the components to make them last longer? I don't know if you can upgrade those. Maybe. I was born on the brain rot day. That's crazy. You were born on 6-7. It's funny because I was just memeing with my friends like a couple days ago. It's like, imagine being born on 6-7. Or April Fool's Day. I know someone that is born on April Fool's Day. It's a very low bar to clear something that has to be funny to me. I laugh at a lot of things. I mean, I think I've stabilized as a human being just a little bit, and I don't laugh at everything like I used to, but like, bro. It's like those coughing videos that Leaf sends. How? How can I still be laughing at it? Or just anything bass boosted. I must be an alien. Oh, here we go, chat. Aiko's gonna change his lore again, and now he's gonna be an alien. Loud equals funny. Yeah, I mean, that is just what I believe. Then I say it, and it goes over everyone's head. I just look like I'm crazy. That's me when I share some of those, like, brain rot, bass boosted videos. I sent it to people that I thought would laugh, and then they just reply with like 3 dots and they're like, "You're an idiot." And I'm like, yeah. Oops. I didn't know I could pick that up like that. You sent me when I was like TF? Did I? I don't remember who I send them to, but I know they're really stupid sometimes. I'm like, no one's gonna laugh at this. Something really odd about hearing the wind inside like this. There's a VTuber yelling. That, what do you mean, dude? Don't you watch Kumi? I don't watch Kumi? Okay, but you did for a time. No, I never did. You told me that you ended up watching one of her streams. That you went to her channel, and you're like, damn, I'm watching a VTuber right now. I'm like, who? You said Kumi. "40 minutes? Well, then you can't say you never did. Cloacally, God. Oh, Kumi, it is crazy to see her evolution. Not that, like, she's changed that much, but it is noticeable from, like, when Kumi was just... The hell was that? When she was just playing Tears of the Kingdom, mostly silently at night. She must have been, like, hella tired, too. Working the job and then later streaming these long hours. But that was a very different vibe. That was hella different, man. I might watch her now, though. I like her streams. They're pretty good. They're very brain rot, but they're really good. What's up, Baffle Queen? Quinn? I like that I'm cleaning the windows before anything else in this room. It's just, you know, it's easier for me to go to the water, clean the sponge, rinse, repeat, than it is... That was one of those mushrooms exploding. Like, it's substantially easier for me to do this cleaning. Yeah, stuff is finally happening. Nothing too crazy, nothing too crazy. I think the Arirals have... I think they're finally arriving. I might be wrong, but there was an event and I didn't see what was going on, and I couldn't sleep. So I think they were somewhere in the horizon, I just didn't see it. What day? That's a good question, actually. What day is it? 7, wow, okay, it's been a full week already. Jeez. To be fair, my first, like, 3 days were on normal speed. And then I slowed down the game to 50%. Do these windows still get dirty after, like, a time? Please say no. Yeah, I messed up the first week. But I do typically do all of my tasks. I try to get them done, like, as soon as possible. I'm trying to be ahead of the curve a little bit, too. So ideally, I'm trying to get every single signal. Not every single signal, but as many as possible. Basically, I never want it to stop scanning and downloading signals. Because then, if that happens, if there's a day where I just won't make it in time, it'll suck. Yeah, those towers are ruining my life at the moment. Those fuses are actually awful. That mechanic was made by the devil. Mr. Doctor knows himself. There's something so satisfying seeing this game go hyperspeed. Yeah, right? It's my favorite part. Yeah, so are there no upgrades at all for the components? Coordinate? No, that's just the visualizer. Wow, there's really nothing. Transformer upgrade, server upgrade. Floaties, containers, solar, these are ATV, ATV, ATV. Server, transformer, ATV. And if you go under these... Remote breaker control time. What even is that? Wow, there's really nothing for the things. Okay, this scroll wheel is not made for this game. Although this mouse is dying. I need a new mouse. You know what, while we're on that topic of mice, topic. That moment of Aiko mentioning mice, I'm gonna check something really, really quick. Give me a new tab of Water Fox. And then 8-Bit Dough. Do they have mice? Shop. Oh, Oh, dude, the limited edition thing is still there. That's cool. Products. What is that? They have a mouse. Wait, it's themed around the keyboard. Inspired by the iconic C64 aesthetic. Oh my god. It is. Wait, what the hell? Oh, no. That's not. Oh no, that's the charging thing. I was like, what is that, dude? Yo! How much is this? $50. Damn it all to hell. Well, you know, when in doubt, you put it on throne, and then you feel good about yourself later. Throne is the equivalent of my wish list, or my purchase later. Add to wish list. I become such a sucker for 8-bit dough. Do they have any other mice? Is that it? That's it. That's all they got. Oh wait, no, I just saw one. What was that? Beach mouse. Beach mouse. 3 fuses a day? No, you weren't. Really? It's gonna be that bad? Oh my god, they have... Look at this. Oh my god, dude. I could not use that. I could not use that in a million years. This is the one that I'm looking at that I kind of want. Oh, it's wireless. The little charging thing looks sick. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Beach mouse. Beach mouse. Okay, let's do this. Well, maybe they'll nerf it a little bit. 3 fuses a day is insane. Yeah, I want the retro R8. That one's awesome. I mean, I already have, like, the keyboard, and that mouse is specifically made for the theme of the keyboard. My keyboard looks kind of like this, but all of the keys are just this brown instead of the orange and red. That's just, it's all brown. The outer area is like a lighter brown. And then this stuff, aside from the power button, this stuff is like on the left. And it also comes with not an attachable, but basically like another connectable numpad. But I'm not too bothered with numpads at the moment. Good job in the kitchen. Thanks. We just did that today. I have to have a numpad. You know, I don't really care for one, but when I work, a numpad is pretty OP. Oh my god. Oh my god. Money, it's a crime. Yeah, I don't know how I'm supposed to be on top of these weekly challenges. Or just being consistent weekly. When everything is just falling apart. Alright. I don't know, I can't afford more trash bags at the moment, so we're kind of just waiting. I really don't want to shut it off, but like I don't see what else I can do to make the game more manageable. Well, you need them, right? In order to move this stuff. So like, it's not like I can't just ignore them. They need to exist. They need to be online. Bro, this is too many... This is too much in this room. Thank God this kitchen looks a little better. What is that? Craft the fuses. Wait, you can craft the fuses? You know what? They just need to implement a way that we could fix fuses. I think that'll be the big play. That's what a lot of people on Discord are saying. Yeah. Yeah, like copper wire. Anything, really. Just so we don't have to... suffer like this, man. I mean, it's not unplayable so far. I've only had one instance where they shut off. Loving the soap. Loving the soap. We gotta get like the hydro cleaner, whatever the hell it was. The pressure washer. The power washer. I have to do one more playthrough. But think about it, you're almost there, man. And then you'll never have to play again. You get all the achievements and it's GG's. What a mess. What? At least these, like, wall splotches are such gigantic portions that you clean up. And not, like, 2 pixels. Although I see we're layering, like, filth over filth now. It's just great. Whoever lived here initially, Whoever lived here initially and worked here, I wish them the worst. Which is probably what happened anyway. They were probably abducted. I know I said bedroom would be the next prio, but this is basically our bedroom. I might as well just bring a sleeping bag down here. He was an alcoholic? Yeah. Yeah, he was. You could really tell. I think I invested in like a squeegee or something. What was it again that I bought? How? Okay. Whiskey Mike Bravo. I wrote brave, but whatever. You get the point. Okay, well, we already have the 3 signals. That's done. This is probably done. Yeah, it's been done. Oh, yeah, it was the mop. Yeah. Upgrade mop. Noip. Yes. And this thing was so good at cleaning everything, like the walls. The walls, the floor. The mop was the big play. Dude, do I need to unbolt these walls? I'm looking at that, like, section. What a mess. What have I done? What a mess. I mean, no. It's gotta go. It's gotta go. That entire thing's just gotta be taken down. I'm assuming I either need the, like, the saw, because I know there's a saw. Maybe a crowbar. Actually, I wonder if I could do this. Okay. Well, the axe does work. Not exactly what I expected to happen. Okay. This does give me an idea to just... Tell me about this should count as backseating. You use the crowbar? Oh, a crowbar too, okay. Yeah, actually that makes sense. The crowbar's like the best. That or like the Gmod gun probably, right? We need to, we need to buy the wood chipper. I want to assume the wood chipper would chip these. I can't wait for like the thing to fall, the beacon. What is that? It's like that way. I don't think it's... I don't think it's the Wendigo. I don't think it's the deer. And maybe it is the Wendigo. Anyone watch the Artemis launch? That was pretty cool. That was actually really, really cool. I did, yeah, same. I didn't get the Twitch badge, because I was streaming, obviously, so I missed, I missed the hour mark. I knew that would hurt. Huh? We have Alaskans, or are we cool? No, we're good. We're good. No, no, I see what you mean. No, we're good, we're good. There's not much anyone can tell me aside from story spoilers. I know, like, pretty much everything about this game. I've been on the Reddit, I've been in the Discord, and I've been... Oh, that's just the wind. I think. I'm gonna speak about this game? Me too. I mean, I've been playing since 0.4, I think, or 0.3. I can't remember exactly which version, but one of those versions. My first playthrough, I think, was on 0.4. I've gone on the wiki, so I've seen all the potential signals. I don't think I have like 1,000 hours in the game, but I definitely think I've... Dude, what is that noise? It's not the wind. It sounds like the rumbling from when the beacon falls. From when the beacon is lit. When Gondor calls for aid. Am I crazy? Oh, it's raining! And it's Silent Hill. Unfortunately for Gondor, I let the phone stop ringing and just Googled their number instead. That's the play right there. I love how that term is kicking off. Wait, what term? God damn it. Oh, Alaskan. Yeah, we never really had a term for it. Alaskan's just a really good one. Even though Unironically, I feel like Alaska is one of the states that I would live in. That's what makes it funnier, though. Is like, I think I would live in Alaska. Hungry. Hungry. How's Alaskan the new term? Well, not necessarily new. I wouldn't call it a new term. It's just that it's the term used for a specific type of chatter, and it came from Elite's stream. Oh, give me the drive. Floppy disk green. That being said, no one here is being called Alaskan. Just, yeah, just to clarify, nobody, everyone's fine here in chat. Oh, what? I lost the signal? Didn't get it? What's up, Carlos? Good to know that everyone here is fine. As far as I know, everyone here is fine. But that comes directly from the Elite stream, so we use it, but it's not necessarily the community's term. I don't really have a term. So should I buy these rolls if I'm losing out? I'm missing out on 4 garbage bags if I do that. Or not 4, sorry, it was 2. No. No, it is 4, it's still 4. Yeah. Dude, Joe, did you see that 8-Bit Dough has this really cool, mouse? I'm starting to like 8-Bit Dough more and more. It actually fits the theme of my keyboard. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's intended. Is it new? Apparently not. Apparently I just didn't notice. I put it in chat above. It's the second link, though, the retro one. There's 2. There's an arcade one. I could never use that one. Not in a million years. Oops. Sorry about that. Alright. I'm just gonna buy the rolls. Freak it. I do not know. Actually, we did use these in storage at some point. But, you know, they were against the wall, and the wall is gone, okay? The wall is not in a good place right now. The wall is Attack on Titan with multiple other walls. Not really big on the charger. I kind of like the charger, actually. Oh god, what was that? No, we're fine with the TRs. It's time to commit to the glow sticks. And actually, no, it's not, because I would only get 1 at the moment. One glow stick is actually completely suboptimal. Thank you, buddy. The more traditional mouse one, though. Yeah, I like that one. I'm kind of debating it. Well, that feels better. The trash piles are the one thing that I'm always happy to see go away. Damn, we should have put the garbage bags in there. I like that this has more space than, like, a trash can. It's impressive, truly. What do I even do with these, man? This is ridiculous. Oh god, just great. Look, man, the walls, it's fine. Especially since like I could just axe them down. Wait, can I put these? Don't answer that. Good lord. E-waste is finally possible. I'm thinking to myself, what if I just took these down to the incinerator? But also, I could just wait and potentially commit to a wood chipper. Because I feel like it would work on these. I cannot wait for the first time. Friends? What? Huh? Something just get anti-aired? What just happened? I've never seen that before. I thought that was the Ari rolls. I thought the cat girls are finally on the way. Yeah, I've never seen that one before. What? That might be new. Yeah, that's actually a good point. I mean, I didn't think it was the egg, though. But yeah, that's a good point. Well, that's a new one. Considering I haven't seen that since I started playing this game in 0.4, that must be a new one. Or I've just been that unlucky for that many playthroughs. I don't know, but it got like shot out of the sky, whatever it was. Or maybe the Ari rolls are already here and they like just nuked something. We got their signal somewhere. I handed it in. Sausage chunk? Mmm. Tasty. God. Okay, we need... Of course, I took the one that's full. What a surprise. Okay. So. Ads again? Dude. Right now we don't need the BRB scene because I'm just here. I'm not gonna be staring at a BRB screen as tempting as it is every time. I wanted to play some music, but it feels kind of weird to have music playing sometimes. I mean, I try to make it as quiet as possible while still being able to hear it. What the hell is this? I need to fix this window because now everything's scuffed. Or maybe I just move it here. And then we'll have this here and this. Sabrina. House Pepsi is scattered and weak. What? I want to see what this post is. I thought Coca-Cola and Pepsi were the two giants in America, but it seems there are a lot of competing brands. Damn, Pepsi in New York? Dr. Pepper is only in 3 states as like the most popular. Coca-Cola is like... And Mountain Dew, oh my god. Really? Pepsi? I don't like Pepsi. Sprite? Florida is Coca-Cola. My friend. God damn. I do like Sprite. Existing? Hell yeah. Couldn't be me. Latin America? Coke is much better. Maybe. This only shows the US. The full US of A. I'm gonna move this up here. Easier to like monitor that section there. All right, ads are over. Hey, ads are over. Hey, thank you. It is done! You did it! You got them all done! You're free! For now. Till the next crazy scratch card game comes out, and then... Alright. Let's just take a moment to compose ourselves here. Alright. Sorry, I don't know my own strength, it seems. How many waste baskets are there, man? Oh, come on. Yeah! Hell yeah. Now I'm satisfied. Bro, what? Womp womp womp. My cracker packs, oh god. The only reason I'm putting them in here is essentially I'm going to put them in a storage area somewhere, and later when I need this like electronic trash, rather than like throwing them away, it'll be great for, especially for like Omega Curpus when we get to that. I don't know what to do with the monitors. I don't know what to do with power blocks. I don't know. I don't know. You know what, though? This does feel easier to clean up. Because you can just, like, spam grab the piles. Christmas? I think the Christmas event might have skewed my perspective of what's available in 0.9. Well, I don't know. What I do know is... it's looking better, right? Right? I think it looked better when the walls were there, so I didn't have to see what I've done. What I've done... I'll face myself. I don't even want to look outside yet. Don't want to think about the outdoors. How much space is left? None. No space left. Why are there still flies here? There's no garbage. Oh god. I think that was just a pile here or something. Ah. No comment. Free food! Yay. Cannibalism. I'm so glad these aliens are so nice to me and they're giving me free food. I'm always happy when the food is human flesh. Do we have more green trash? Okay, idea. Do you have a knife? I did. At one point. Because I remember walking around like the near end of a playthrough, just slicing. Wait. This will do. How much storage do you have? Cannot use. Don't care. This dude, oh my god. Remember the meta? I don't know if you can still do it, but the pigs, the robo pigs, and you just like open the thing and let it rush you, and then just it just goes into the trash bin. Oh, dude, that was fun. I don't know if that still works. I would assume not. Okay. You're upside down. I just realized it's upside down, man. Oh. Oh, Pog. Huge. Well, do you mean when the recycle bins were open containers? Well, what do you mean? Did something change with these? I thought you can, like, because I'm still dropping stuff in there. Do you mean, like, if they jumped in, or, like, went towards the hole, they wouldn't, like, phase into it? Wow, 1760. Wait, no, give me the drives. There was a point in time the recycling bin was more of an open physical box, like a wastebasket, than a closed container like it is now. Oh. No, I'm referring to, the thing where if you let, like, one of those robot hogs fly towards you and you have this open, it literally phases in and it becomes a part of the storage. Did I just pick up a grenade? You see that? Oh, it's a bong. To that I say smile. I know Kev used it as like a cannon. That was hilarious. I'm gonna store some stuff really quick. Just so it's easier and I don't lose it, and then, you know, I don't want to regret it later. Just go in here for now. That was when it was an open container. Oh, okay. I guess I don't really understand the difference. Screwdriver. I found the sponge at long last. All these years of waiting to find the sponge. There it is. There it is. We need coffee. This is a big brain move. I wonder, like, why didn't I just think of doing that in the very beginning? I'm talking like when I started playing this game for the first time. Probably because I was overwhelmed with everything that you can do. Never mind, it's already at 700. What? We probably should start on our actual daily tasks. What? Weather. Or not? The weather seems fine. Well, this one's okay. Dim. What? What's happening?
Whoa.
Hey, bud.
Whoa.
Stay safe out there. Oh, it looks like it relaxed. Damn, this one is hella sensitive. Jesus. Open container is more like the waste basket or the blue baskets or the scrap bin, where you put physical stuff in the container and it stays as the physical prop in the basket, rather than a closed container would be more like the filing cabinets, where you put things in the box and it becomes a listed item. Oh, okay. I see. Robot at a store I go to that reminds me of the bot in this. There's I didn't get to see one because all of the areas around us in Poland are like smaller markets, really. But technically, yeah, exactly what Joe said. Those stores are like all over the place in Poland, so there is a Kerfis somewhere. Like straight up that same model that you see in this game. It is the exact same thing. But we didn't get to see it. We did not get to see the Kerfis. Okay. I don't know what to do with all this. Inspired from Kerfises from the Polish Carrefours, yeah. But now they're in a lot bigger ones, yes. Yes. It used to be, it started at like... a much smaller one. And I don't know, it just kind of went from there. Actually, wait there. Wait, he doesn't bring drive boxes anymore? I just realized. Oh, you're right, they never did. Oops. I think we had one here somewhere. Voila! Bro. Dude. Give me my box. Come on. The lid. Okay. Let's go get more of those trash piles. Oh my god, I keep thinking I'm gonna collide with the stuff here. It doesn't even have enough space for all this, I don't think. Oh, wait, no, it's infinite. That's a powerful bag. What if I just kept it forever? Yeah, I know, the drone would just stay. But, however, you know what you can do? Grab that bag, put it in the mailbox, dupe it, give one back, and then you just have an infinite storage forever. Some lose the post box though? Yeah, I know they nerfed it a little bit, right? Oh, I forgot about these 3 on the floor that destroyed my table. Good job. Yep. All right. Good job. Glad I'm strong enough to just fully hold Kirpus now. Good night. My drives. I certainly need a better spot for these. Who dat? Dancing banana. I'm a banana. Banana man. No, it's peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly. 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 Peanut butter jelly and a baseball bat. 100. Nice. 7,000. Oh, damn. Hello. Okay. Man, that would be cool if I could just hold that. So hold on, you said... I can't tab out because the game just lags. Is there a way I can fix that? Oh. Wait. No, it still doesn't. Anyways, so you said e-waste is finally possible. How's that? I'm pressing F11. I'm going windowed mode potentially. Yes, it's fixed. I can tab out without the game having a tantrum. Dude, please. What if it'd be easier to just... Hello? What? Dumb table. Okay. Come on. Come on. Yes! It's a lot more effort than it needed to be. Okay, so in that case, if there's a way to do electronic trash stuff, that's good. Do I just turn it into scrap? Is that probably... That's probably what it is, right? Good progress so far, though. Certainly can't complain about the cleaning done today. It almost feels like the cleaning actually got a little bit easier. But only almost. Okay, we need to go do our task for the day. Server not responding. Yeah, but I think we just fixed it. Cool. All right. We're just missing the satellites. Don't know what to do with the chairs yet. Okay. Let us go do... Oh, wait, let me get some... Let me get my floppy disk, and let's get... the hook. Well, what am I missing? Oh. Cracker Pack. Big play for these exploration journeys. Nice. All right. I'm glad that my tires are fixed from April Fool's Day. It would have been really funny if it glitched and it just kept that mess. That disaster. Square tires, man. Actually insane. I mean, I guess we could have taken the ATV. You know what? To hell with it. The problem with the ATV is it needs, like, so much more maintenance now. And I really don't feel like dealing with that. At least not until I'm satisfied with the base. Yeah, the battery's at a whopping 49%. It's also so loud. It ain't too bad. Yeah, I thought the mess, the cleaning of the mess would be really, really bad. But honestly, it almost feels easier than ever before. Huge. Bam, 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 bam. Wow. I was watching Ginny, IRL streamer, last night. She's in Kyrgyzstan right now. So nice. So pretty. So nice and pretty. Floppy read-write error occurred, terminating. What? I see. Well. Time for a new floppy disk. Fair. It fell about 17,000 times. Understandable. I'm not even pissed. Why didn't I just hit? Never mind. Then it'll feel like your battery just randomly runs out. If I'm buying a second battery and keeping it charged and swapping it out whenever you stop at, to refuel at home. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I'm just gonna go get the solar charging for it. Costs 200. Yeah, this should be the same floppy disk that I started with. I'm gonna take a second one just in case. Let's take the green so I know. This should be day 8. This is day 8. Alternator, okay. I feel so weird without music. If I set up the thing on my foobar to have like the reverb, it's a lot of effort to do right now. And just have it. I need to find a way to make it sound like it's coming through like old headphones or like earbuds. So it's not like top of the line quality. I have some stuff on foobar, like some plugins that make that possible, but I never played around with it enough to make it make sense. Because if I just do reverb, it's gonna sound like I'm inside like a, I don't know, a Kmart, an empty Kmart or some like supermarket. Oh, also I forgot to go to the roof. I'll do that. Why did I climb? What was the point of that? I'll go to the roof in when I come back. I forgot. I just remembered that you asked. The low bit rate, yeah. I like the red ones. I don't know sound enough to mess with all that stuff for it to work. Let me look at my preferences. I hate that it falls and I can't grab it in time. I don't think that's the reason it breaks so fast, but let's see. Where do I have my... I have my DSP manager, but that's not it. Decoding? No. Where is it? Playback? Total time played. 1 week, 4 days. Jesus. Yeah, I'd be listening to music. For sure. Wait, does this one not have that plugin? It doesn't. I thought I had it on this one. Oh well. That's okay. Just sometimes it gets so exhausting not to hear music. A lot of the time, not sometimes. I'm music pilled. I feel like I need music, otherwise I'll go insane. Okay. Just content, not just music. I mean, in all honesty, I listen to music even when I watch streams, but it's just like it's very quiet. It's faint. The only exception would be like if the streamer has music as well. Grimmy typically has like some sort of ambiance, so that works. To hell with it, I'm playing music. It's gonna be faint, so it'll be hard to hear, and then the mod won't hear it at all, so whatever. Glad my blood is still here. They should add some sort of creature that like sniffs out blood. A vampire. A land shark. Damn, we're getting tired again. I can't even hear the music. Bravo. There's gotta be an easier way to catch these. Oh god. We gotta go to bed. We got an EP buy. Or coffee. Might be the play to finally get some a coffee bag. Yesterday I was playing the Division 2. And I don't know why, but this specific song got stuck in my head, started looping in my head that I haven't listened to in a hot minute. It's by, this is probably my favorite Japanese music artist. It got stuck in my head, so I just started to play it and then loop it. And I was like, oh yeah, I have like the entire discography. I remember really wanting to buy a vinyl for this EP. But the vinyls were only sold in Japan. Their name is Minami. The translation is like, it's literally just 373. She's been my favorite for a long time. I know everyone loves Otto, and Otto's great, but there's something about hearing her breathe in. It's like her style. I've also listened to her since this song came out. It came out for a really bad anime. Like, really bad. Good timing. We come back, we claim this and find a new one, man. Yeah, she has a secret YouTube channel where she uploads live covers I mean, like, literally sitting in front of her microphone with a guitar, like, acoustic guitar. And it sounds exactly the same. But with, you know, like, some echo, obviously. There's another Minami, so if you look up Minami specifically, you might end up getting... She's from a K-pop group, but this Minami is just a Japanese artist. One of a couple names that a friend of mine won't shut up about. Is it Ado? There's a lot, but typically Ado is the new big one. I didn't save the signal, I'm an idiot. I mean, that's okay because we have 3 queued up anyway. But I forgot to save the signal. Because it's, I'm so used to it auto-saving. Oops. Yeah, so this song, and then she has the alternate version. It's not really the alternate universe version. I don't know. It's like it froze. Oh, there you go. Hard to explain, but just another part of the story, I guess. It's cool. Even though the first one was for an anime, but... No, ADO. Wait, Otto might be a name, but his stuff is all old, mostly Japanese jazz artists that are partially known for some city pop, but he's into their solo stuff more. Oh, Otto. Otto? I don't know if I've ever heard of... Oh, Addo then. City pop. I'm not sure. I mean, there's a lot of artists. Kimiko Kikuchi. Oh, okay. The robot's name is Tally. It's a good name. I like that. Tally. I mean, I think I know Himiko. There's a sushi place around here that kind of has a Kerfist, but not exactly. It's like the one with the shelves on it. It's mostly for water. Actually, funny enough, it spilt all the water. When we got there, oh. Oh, well maybe we should turn on all the stuff, huh? Coincidentally, the moment we sat down, we saw it drop, like, a bunch of, like, things it was gonna deliver. Mostly water, but... it happens, you know, they're not perfect yet. It was cool to see one. You know what? Just stay here. You know how to turn the power off? Yes. I did learn the hard way. I learned the hard way, and I saw the creature. I saw the creature. Okay. Let's go do the final one. Bravo. Damn, I missed it? Yeah. It was surely after you left, I think. I don't remember. Wait, I could just make my own coffee. What am I doing? I was like, I don't want to waste this coffee right now. I'll lower it a little bit. Onward! To Bravo. Back to walking. Tally robot. Yeah, little robots are cool. No, it's funny because I'm so anti-AI because it's taking jobs. But I'm always so pro seeing more robots around doing stuff. Like delivering water. It's Kuro Ramen. Kuro Ramen. They have, I think all of them do. I've been to quite a few of them now, and they all seem to have the little robot delivery guy. Okay. Bruh. Thank you. Damn it. It's somewhere in the VOD. I don't think my reaction was that funny. I kind of just stared blankly. I mean, I definitely, like, recoiled for a moment. I'm like, what? I want to be human and give inanimate robots more personality and be loved, but at the same time, it's the way all utilized at the moment. It's the worst situation of all the dystopian media we had. Yeah. I mean... You know what really upsets me is every single person who I've talked to who works in the IT industry at this point is asking why in the world I'm learning coding. And I'm like, well, I just, you know, why not? And like, it's completely useless now though. It's all just automated. I'm like, that's just great. That's just great. What? Isn't it reset? Is it just SV target reset? Oh, there we go. Like, it's all pointless now, and I'm like so interested in actually learning how to code. And every single person is like, why? Lamau, are you dumb? No one does that anymore. We just use AI. And then, like, the only thing you need to know about coding is basically, like, if the AI does something wrong, you just need to know how to fix it. And I'm like, wow, this all sucks. Why not just become an engineer then? What am I wasting my time with this? Overly funded and focused for a crappy, overly expensive LLM that makes more mistakes than it fixes. Yeah, I see some posts sometimes, mostly on Reddit, from like cybersecurity workers, and it's like, dude, this is what AI does, and it's like the most, I don't understand it yet, but it's like terrible code made by AI that could cause some like major security breaches. We're on ad break again. I'm gonna wait. Gotta wait for the ads. They've already been running for like 50 seconds. I didn't even notice. You gotta learn vibe coding. Cringe. It's true to an extent, but it's like when your teachers would tell you not to use Wikipedia. Yeah, Wikipedia is still one of the better resources out there, but you gotta know the thing too in order to know where the wiki is right and check its sources. It's funny because now that's not a rule. I hear that like people in high school, they could just use Wikipedia. Now they're allowed to use Wikipedia, but they can't use AI. And then the teachers use AI to find out if it's AI. Oh, I'm always pro, like, future tech. I always want to see more crazy technological advancements. But not if it kills the joy of stuff like coding. Because I'm interested in it, but it's like, it seems pointless. Aside from being like a hobby to learn now. I mean, I want to learn CSS because I'm obsessed with like customizing web pages and customizing applications where I could. Because literally everything that I use at the moment is Capuchin. And not everything has it. So I want to learn so I can make it myself. I think that'd be interesting. Windows 11 is a tragedy. And I would switch over to Linux, but there are about 4 games that I play regularly that simply do not... They wouldn't work. Mostly because of BattleEye. False positives? Yeah. If you learn coding, you are better equipped to know if what the AI spits out will work right and where it will fuck. Yeah, but again, like Shirkwan said, just vibe coding. 1 sec. I'm always about the ease of use. I get that. I can understand that eventually AI will be like, I mean, it probably already is to a degree, but beneficial to the point of not causing so many people in America. I don't know how it is elsewhere at the moment, but in the US, people are losing their jobs left and right because AI is just taking over that side. Main issue is getting to the point people are spending more time fixing the broken code than it would just writing it themselves. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? It's a lot of training the AI too. I forgot where you get a shovel in this game. I just got so many points. What? Really? The satellite points are that insane? Which is why knowing how to code is still valuable. Yeah, I guess it's true. I guess I was just looking forward to an employed position where like how slash me eats you. Where, like, coding was still viable. In full. In full. Oh, here they go. I was like, where are the trash bags, man? Where did I put those again? Should pay attention to the transfer screen? Which one's that? It looks like the window stays clean this time. The viewer screen. What? Throw a floppy in? Oh, damn. Read writes 26. Oh, wait. Wait. 32. This is the broken one, yeah? Oh, no, the broken one is here. Ah, okay. I see. Wait, how many of these do I have all of a sudden? Let me just verify that this is the right one. Okay. So wait, do zip drives also have a... Oh. Okay. Oh, I remember seeing this number and I was like, oh, okay. I see. I completely ignored that number. I didn't even read what that said initially. I don't even... I might have a floppy disk somewhere in this house. Emphasis on might. I'm so annoyed that zips get 1,024 rewrites when you use one a day and only need to transfer over 3 files. Nah, come on, it's not that big a deal. The floppies, that's a big deal. Pisses me off. Oh, God. Oh! Welp. Welp. This, I need to put this, so I have to store these things somewhere because... Uh-oh. TR3, okay. Our final objective. Let's go reset that transformer real quick. You guys like IRL streamers? I ask a bunch of people who typically only watch VTubers. I remember I was actually talking to Fusion last night, while watching Ginny, about how much I wanted to be like an IRL streamer, but specifically one that like was around the New York area. But the backpack's initial cost at the time, the streamer backpack, was like $500, and then you had to pay like another additional $250 a month to keep it operable. And now, dude, you get a program from GitHub, maybe. It costs like $20 a month to like keep up. Hold on. Like something. God damn. Now you have an iPhone. You get the selfie stick with the gimbal. And this $20 a month program. And maybe if you're like, you know, going somewhere crazy, you'll get a Starlink. And you're set. And a Starlink is only like $160 a month. I say only. That is really good considering like its connection capabilities literally anywhere. Anyway, I don't really watch VTubers, specifically Tin. I'm just now getting over the big. Hold on. I hate that I added these emotes sometimes. I got back into IRL streamers recently. There's two deals. The residential ones have an estimated price, but that's like overall internet. The one that's global for usage during travel is a set 165. The big sad. Granted, it could be that the zip drive uses 1 kilobyte of data to store the information on it versus the floppy uses like 2 kilobytes to store the data and be limited. That makes sense. So it's technically more optimized to keep zips at 1 kilobyte and showing... You know, I just thought about... Oh no, because it probably resets per day. But I was like, wait, what if I just went to every single satellite and got the codes? But then I was like, oh, no, never mind, that wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, I think, listen, I'm not an Elon Musk fan whatsoever. Big hater, personally. But I do think Starlink is the one decent thing he's made. Trying to think of a way I can, like, take this with me. I didn't even bring my hook. Oh well. Yeah, because Ginny used it yesterday. In Kyrgyzstan. In the middle of... Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's true. He didn't actually make it. You're right. That's true. Never credit that dude for doing anything. No, there's no cargo rack. And I have to walk in. Actually, maybe there might be fuel here. I might have left some fuel here. No, cargo road. Haha, dude, good one. I didn't leave any fuel here. This is one of the ones that I took the fuel from. Lol and Lamau. I will never support Tesla. I will never support SpaceX. But Starlink does seem really, really good. It does. And it's honestly pretty cheap for what it is. So. That being said, I have no need for Starlink, so I won't be supporting that either. Maybe if I become like super travel heavy in Poland, I'll have to go down this way. I want to get an ATV eventually. They're pretty cool. My uncle has one. Granted, pretty useless here, but, you know, could go to upstate or something. Man, you can't... Yeah, no. The only credit Elon should get is destroying all the companies he invested in. Pretty true. All he had to do was never put his name on any of it. For plowing snow? Wait, that sounds sick. I wonder if that's allowed here. Just do what Asmongold did, and just, like, remove your name from everything, but still own it. I would assume it's fine. I see people driving around in ATVs still, or often, but... Yo, my bad. Yo, my bad. I'm just trying to get home, man. Yo, I'm just trying to get home, man. With my Kerfus basket. You've never heard that before? It actually typically happens right there, too. No? Really? That one I've heard before. Yeah, I don't know why, but it's always when you go, like, down this hill. I actually don't know what it is. And I don't know if it ever has a follow-up. That I'm not sure about. It was me, sorry, Rena! It's actually considering for replacing the snow thrower I have. I should put a beacon here so I never forget. And we grab a shovel, come here. We need a rad suit though, I think. Go hazmat mode. Am I even gonna make it? I might fall asleep on the way. I think sleep kind of depletes a bit too fast sometimes. I feel like it should scale with the speed of your day. At least a little bit. Considering I've doubled the time it takes to get past the day. We might get grabbed. We're at 9.4. Look how fast it goes down, dude. Yeah, full sleeps, exactly. Yeah. It's a little much. If we're scaling the game to be doubled. Is he behind me? Bro. Here you go, Kerfus. I gotta go to bed. What extension for emotes do you use? Because for some reason, one of them is blocking me from chatting. I only use FFZ. I use Franker Faces Z. And then it has a little, like, settings location. And in there, you can choose add-ons. And I enable 7TV and BTTV through there. Man! It's also because 7TV has a lot better customization. FFZ. What's going on? Some Ramus. What? Welcome to Silent Hill. I don't know what that was. I've never heard that before. Is it still going? Yeah, you might have to check FFZ. I don't know if you've customized anything. I don't think it's FFZ because I have turbo customized. Yeah, so FFZ has a little like icon somewhere. It looks like a little dog. The event is still happening. But I don't know what... I don't know... There's nothing nearby. Don't get me started on how much food this dude needs to eat, apparently. We're gonna go out and check. Although the Silent Hill's gone. I need my hook. Wait, is this the... You know what? This might be the delivery of the robot. Was that this early? What's up, Trogdor? It's like fading out. Well, now it's over. We're gonna go check really quick. There's a little tab when you click the dog, and it has a little option to click, like, it says add-ons, and I think the first 4 are pretty good, but you just need 7TV and FFZ. I think this might be the robot box. Rock. Robot rock. Where am I? Did I pass the transformer? I did. How? Some dudes. I'm so disoriented. Where am I? How did this happen? Icon. It sounded like so many lightning strikes that I just... No. It's not the delivery of the robo. I feel like I'm going crazy. I don't recognize that sound. I'm not sure what that was, what that entire event was. Yeah, the weather has been crazy this week. Between being super cold and then randomly really warm to the point I need an AC. .70-mile-per-hour winds, some hail, heavy rain, and tornado warnings. Good lord. Okay. Well, yours is certainly worse than what I was dealing with. Could also be a browser diff. Smexy Lexi. I don't know. I use Firefox with FFZ. But, I should say, even though it's pretty much the same thing, I don't use the add-on for FFZ. I use the script. For Tamper Monkey, or Violent Monkey? I think it was Violent Monkey. I'm not sure that's that much of a difference. Oh, that's great. No, Chrome would be the most supported. That's the one that would make the most sense to work. Dude, this is insane. 50 a pop for a fuse. I have to replace these like every single day. That doesn't make sense. Am I insane? It's a good thing we have some queued up, because I don't think I'm gonna buy any fuses at the moment. I don't know, man. I just... How do you craft them? Or I guess more importantly, where do I find a recipe? Copper wire, metal, glass, and electric. Copper wire. Do I have? I'm sure I do. I mean, it would only make sense to craft them as opposed to just constantly buying them. Oh. Interesting. Okay, let's go get... We have electronic scrap. Just pile it up so I know what's going on. 45-minute nap, shower, and laundry done. Damn, video gaming, huh? Well, that's speedrun. You got the tech, man. I don't really want to drive plus. I could swear there was copper wire. So glad I don't have the scratch card anymore. What? Come on, man. So what do we got? Metal scrap, electronic scrap. Glass. Fuse! Oh, dude. That is extremely expensive. Wait, I didn't even take the copper wire. Oh, it has 8 uses. Okay, that's huge. That is huge. The thing is, I need to hold on to some of this scrap because Kerfus. Omega Kerfus. Speaking of which, my axe. Have you been needing mini fuses? Dude, I just refilled. Last stream, at the end of last stream, I restocked all 3 of them with 2 fuses. And all of them are at 0 already. Come on. I used to get this in 1. What? I mean, that has to have the card. Are you serious? Ain't no way. Alright. I need a crowbar. Need a crowbar, need a crowbar. I don't remember where you find it. Oh, it's bugged? I hate that. That I hate. No. Okay. I'm not buying the fuses. Hell no. 250 for a wood chipper. Okay. That's what we're saving for. Thank you. It seems like it does kind of like bring back the dirt, but it's so much slower than the update where they implemented it for the first time. I hated it so bad. It was awful. What? What? Okay. Hello? You know what, man? I'm over it. Go over here. On Cracker Packet, it was born. Alright, decent work cleaning here so far. These are all gonna get stored somewhere. I don't really know where yet. For now, we'll just align it here. These are filled up. But this is exactly why I didn't want to throw them away. Because they have scrap that could potentially be useful. This one is gonna stay here because it needs to... Got a lot of work to do. All this cleaning. This is just the office room. So hold on, how many do I have saved? Okay. Well, that's good, because that means I don't really have to care about the fuses too much just yet. So I can't move them at all, right? If I clicked 1, over here. No, I can't. Wait, well, maybe these are, like, just close enough together that we can make a triangle out of it. Nah, there's no way. They're way too far apart. Tried, though. I'm curious. Nah, can't. Others are having issues with Frankerface messing up chat. Well, there you go, Lexi. Oh. There you go, Lexi. It's not just you. I think the fix for me was not using the extension. And just using the Violent Monkey script. But, you know, it's tedious. Especially if you don't, like, know how to use the whole Violent Monkey thing. I mean, it's just a copy-paste for the script, but... Can't wait to get to cleaning that room. It won't be that bad. At least it shouldn't be. Don't be doing that. But my Frankerface's Z thing is, like, super customized. I mean, it still looks like your average Twitch, but, like, the chat looks a little bit different. That entire, like, portion. I see it fine, but I'm also using Chatterino at the moment for my stream. A bunch of issues with 7TV a while ago. One of the solutions was to just use Chatterino. Even though I ended up solving the problem, still using Chatterino and not regretting it. I mean, Chatterino's great. Can't complain about no Chatterino. Weezer. Look at all these cracker packs. Crazy. Ah, this is the best looking room so far. You know what though? Kind of debating. No. Wood chipper. I need to get rid of all of this. Priorities. And then we'll worry about glow sticking the place all over again. Yeah, if you didn't know, every single playthrough since I discovered the glow sticks. Hey, Alfina. Ever since the moment I discovered the glow sticks, I started putting them all over the facility. And then I would simply just turn off all of the lights. And the entire place would just be blue. If there was a power outage, I could see everything because it's blue.
Yippee!
Not looking forward to this place right here. This room's gonna suck. Why are there flies still? Why? Unless it's above. All right. Time is it? Okay, almost time. We can, like, prep a little bit. Oh, yeah, you're right. The roof. The thing that I remembered like 8 times. Let's go do that. I mean, it might be hard to see if you need to pinpoint something at the moment. How much Fire Force have I seen? I saw up until the second instance in which the cat girl loses her clothing, and then I was like, I can't watch this. It's pissing me off. It is too much fan service for my liking. So not very far. See that door? Yeah. I've been thinking about it, but I can't open it. I don't want to say anything, but you may have to reconsider. I mean, I know that it takes place in the Soul Eater universe, and that always pushes me into wanting to watch it again. But the fan service is so, it's so difficult. I'm not built for, you know, high school DxD. You know, why do they have all these fire exits if I can't even use them? Okay. Just so you know, it saved and my input saved. It does that now. The input saves. So it made me just, like, infinite go to the left. Further away. You trying to, like, remake the fire exit? Scaled up from the others? What's even the point of them? There's one here as well. Wait, you're right. That one's substantially smaller. Huh. Or like thinner, right? Oh. Yippee! Go close to the door too. I think it reset my FOV. Can you even adjust the FOV in this game? Wait, that might actually be correct. I don't think I played at 120. That door, if I copied it from where it normally is and it didn't match up. Push up against it. Radical meme. Is something supposed to happen? Or are you just testing it? I don't understand why I can't Well, I can't open these. Turn down the music. I hear the outside. Well, I hear something. I don't know if it's just the ambiance. Kind of hard with the coffee machine there. What does it sound like? Music? I guess? Like, very hard to hear music? I don't know if it was that or if it's just the ambiance of the game. I need a very important backseaty question answered. If I accidentally have this fall, it won't all just fly out, right? It will explode. I did that before too, Joe. So it's possible that it had already happened. Destroy the universe? I mean, it will probably crash my game, that's for sure. Yankee Uniform Lima. Doesn't do anything? Okay, huge. I just mostly don't want it to fall over by accident and then everything flies out. Don't get me started these curtains, man. Can't wait for the wood chipper. Can't wait. Alright, we got that. We also have the fuse. The one singular. Oh, that's great. Dude, that's insane! And there's no upgrade to prevent it from, like, melting down that quickly? Not a single one. I mean, I'm sorry. Typically, love these updates. That needs to be fixed. There's no way. I can't be replacing 6. I think the total you can get in one of those is 6. I can't be buying 6 new fuses every single day. That's crazy. Are you sure you needed to replace all 6? All of them were broken. Or I should say, all of them had a full thing of fuses, and each one I replaced 2. So CR1, I got 2 new ones. CR2, I got 2 new ones. CR3, I got 2 new ones. That was yesterday. Or not yesterday, on Wednesday, when I streamed. If any of them are down, we'll send Kirpus. Yeah, uniform. Well, I'm going to uniform anyway, so I guess I'll just go. Just gotta make sure I have everything. Oh, I left the door open overnight. It's always good. We also need a battery charger, ASAP. I love this song so much. Womp. Basically how it works is if lightning hits it, it has a chance of losing one fuse. If all fuses in the cord blow, it can still be hit by one lightning strike before it becomes unusable and you have to repair it. Maybe that was the event then. But I've already had to replace them a second time. And the one fuse that you saw that I deposited earlier it's already broken. We're gonna get chased and killed. I don't like traveling here at night. Ever. This is 0.9.0J. Imagine if all of these unexpected server errors counted. It wouldn't make sense, but imagine. Okay, SV target. I think Lima is closer. We're gonna do uniform first, because I have to fix it anyways. Yes. Not that dropping it matters, but... It's not how fuses work? You're probably right. I mean, you probably know more about fuses than I do, but... I don't know anything about fuses. Traxy, thank you for the 2 biddies. One thing Vesper said that made so much sense about this game, a lot of the game is based on, if you don't know how the thing works, this thing makes sense. If you know how it works, it purposely doesn't work that way in this game. That's pretty smart. I hate it, but, you know, I guess that makes sense. Like the floppy disks. We already missed the Neon Genesis enemy that like laser blasts you. I heard him and I was running towards it, but it despawned.
Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday.
Hey, thank you for the 4 biddies. Damn. The first of the pack. Look at that. Joe the Lion, who I think is Leafeons somewhere. Leaf the Lions. Damn, the first lore master. Which means Thronekeeper is entering the Legacy Rolls collection. Officially. Crazy with the lore master. I'm kind of annoyed the alert still doesn't work. I have an alert set for that redeem. Or I thought I did. I mean, it's nothing too crazy. But still. Yeah, congrats, man, on the lore master. I didn't know what to do for 5 years initially. Because I don't know, there was just no idea when we have Thronekeeper, Lore Master, we have Giga Chatters, Thickest Thighs. And I was like, well, maybe after 5 years, I just bring them back, but it's like tier 2. So it'll be Thickest Thighs 2, this. Whoa, Snowblade, thank you for gifting a sub to Rune. Thank you, man. So close. Everyone get into it, huh? Look at that. Everyone getting close. What's up, Octomage? Did you win? Sort of. Perhaps. That being said, Joe, you do have the... Since you are the first one to get it, you are able to choose the color. However, there is a little bit of a catch. A little bit. The entire Discord server is themed around... this. And specifically, it is the Macchiato palette. So any of those colors you are welcome to pick. Anywhere from Rosewater to Crust. But it does have to be under the Cappuccino Macchiato palette. I could make some exceptions if you find one that fits the theme as well. But that is the only real catch. For now. If you count 351k close. Oh, cool. Half of them are gray. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I should just accept anything from the entire palette. Oh, it's this one. But you're also welcome to just, if you think you find one that is still fitting the theme, I'll consider it. The only reason it's a catch is because I've literally thematically made every single roll fit the color scheme. So, thank you again for gifting that sub. And Joe, congrats. The first lore master. How do I start this again? Oh. But yeah, typically I let the person who is first pick the color. At the moment, it's just white. If you're content with that, that's fine too. What just happened? I think Lima is on the other side. I should have gone to Lima first. Oh, my flashlight died. That's not very optimal. I can't see. Is red taken by any other role? Red. Red, red, red. I think... No. No, it is not. I'll set it as the red for you, and you can decide if you want it. Is it specifically from the macchiato one? Yes. There you go. You can check if you like it or not. I think I might reconsider. And just let people choose what color they want for that, considering how long it takes to get a 500,000 channel points. It only makes sense to not lock the color as well. But then, like, everything else is in that palette in the server, and, like, it's satisfying, and then one person's gonna have this bright purple, or, like, you know, the black light, or, like, ultraviolet purple, and it's like, well, that's completely different from all of these colors. It also burns my eyes to see the ultraviolet, even though I really like that color. Or whatever it is, light. But yeah, anyways, that being said, if you do find a color, because there's not really a purple in that whole collection, in that whole palette, if there's a purple you want, like, I think your username color on Twitch is fitting enough, I think. So if you want that, that's fine. You're more than welcome to look for some colors as well. It's just easier to give people the palette to pick from, because it's... every single role has that color. Or that palette. I have returned. Honestly, as long as it is not... the only role I'm willing to change is the offerings role. Probably. Say mauve? Which one's that? Oh. What role uses that? Here, let me check. No, I don't think it's used by anything. I think I considered making that the... No. No, if you want that one. The enchanters... oh, yeah. The enchanters use it, you're right. Yeah, that's the boosters. The server boosters. I could change that one, that's fine. I'm cool with that. I'll make the enchanters the red if you want the mauve. But also, alternatively, if you end up finding some sort of shade of purple that's not part of that palette, it's cool too. Just try to make it at least somewhat fitting. Oops. We need a battery charger. Oh god, am I out of batteries that are 100? Oh, this one. Welcome back, Rune. Hope you're feeling better. Hope you're feeling better. Okay, we got our dailies out of the way. Oops. My bad. The spam. The tower hasn't, like, shut down yet. I'm getting the wood chipper immediately after I hand this all in. Also, the icon could change too. I literally just went and found, I think that's the D&D lore master, like, icon. If you ever want to make your own, you're more than welcome to. I'm okay with that. I forgot that I used to, like, super light this area up with the glow sticks. Okay. Just making sure that I got it all right. Goodbye. Do you have a different dono page, or is it just Stream Elements? It's Stream Elements. Is it broken? I changed it recently a little bit, and then... Wait, I'm disoriented, hold on. Yeah, it's just Stream Elements. Though, I think you can use PayPal on that one. I think you can. I had to change it because there was a big meta of, like... people doing the chargebacks to small streamers, and I was like, yeah, I don't need to deal with that. I'm not trying to be negative $1 billion in debt because of one person. It wants you to log in. I think it does log you in with Twitch, but I'm pretty sure you can pay with PayPal. You know, I'll check for you. Not that you don't need to be doing that though. It's funny you mentioned Kofi. I used to have that, but it was for a project that, yeah, you can pay through PayPal, but you have to connect your Twitch initially. Because, again, if it happens where the people do the chargeback, it's easier to track who did it. Yeah, just the dumb troll life. It was mostly because it happened to a lot of VR chatters. Buh! Dude, it's huge! Oh my god. Oh, dude, I got it. Wait, I got this guy. I don't want to eat it. I actually hooked him. This is crazy. It's so strong. What? Boom, gotcha. Wait, it's still moving. I hooked it and crushed it, and it's still moving. That's crazy. I hate that they spawn. Still. Come on, this is a clean space. I know the food's all over. But it's like... why are the flies here? None of this even went bad. Okay, I'm gonna... okay. Where do I put it? There's no, like, shelf space. That sounded so aggressive. And then hold on, what did you say? What's dumb? I saw the lore master icon as a hand poking up and as a with jeans with a thong poking out at first? What? What in the world? Mini fridge. The fanny pack is more expensive than the backpack. Let it be known. I have a bedside table. Maybe I just bring that down. I don't know if the food will go bad. But I feel like I need to store this stuff, otherwise it's gonna be... Oh, hello. Yep. Thank you, man. Good work. Finally. Time to make more mess. Why? Why? That made me sweat. I actually, like, heated up. Why? Jesus Christ, Rena. Thank you. Okay, hold on. I gotta stand up. Hold on. Okay. Better. Feel like I need to turn the AC on. Jesus Christ. Good lord. Thank you, Rena. That's crazy. Not doing subs anymore since you guys get more if I just give directly. That is an extremely fair point. I've been saying that, like, people are scamming themselves when they gift, like, bits or subs. I just think it's a little crazy. How much you lose, I can't think. Good lord. Thank you. I bet you didn't even know, but I'm dealing with some crazy university fees at the moment. So it's very nice at this current time. It's extremely, overwhelmingly nice. Come back to you and leave this week. Oh, welcome back. Welcome back to the land of the living. You often do this thing that I typically do where I take breaks from Twitch and social media. Maybe not social media. Certainly Twitch. But I end up just watching people on YouTube instead. Maybe not live streams, but... I'm trying to think of how to store stuff. Good lord. Thanks. Your support is insane. It's insane. Aw, I want that. Give me that. Do I need to fuel this? Alright. Time to test. Number 1. Give me this. The first important test. Do it, Chip. I don't think it's on. Yeah, it needs fuel. I really thought I was gonna fuel it up just there, and it's gonna explode. No, please. No, please. Yes. Yes. We're so back. You really gotta, yep. You gotta get those angles there. Paying off a loan at the moment myself, and I'm like, what do you mean? What? That's crazier. I mean, I know now how bad the loans get. I'm on track, so it's good. I mean, you know what's the most annoying part about them? You can't just pay them back in full. That's the catch. That's how they get you. By August. Damn nice. Oh, you can pay it off in full whenever? Well, I think the uni one's the catch, because you have interest and they just don't let you. I know the... Yeah, see, it's all private loans, is probably why. Although, I think the personal one, yeah, I think I could pay it off in full, you're right. Oh, that's good. I love when they just float. Okay. I should probably disable it, bring them all here, and then do that. Oops. It's a little, it's weird how it works, but because I didn't get, like, the full aid, like, the full financial aid, I still have to pull out some, like, small loans, and also, I need to pay off... Well, at least I didn't have to look for a single, am I right? Right, guys? No, I couldn't pay that off in full. I could not. The real problem now is that there's some programs that you have to pay for. And it's like, it's temporary access, and it's like $100, man. What is the point? Like, what are we doing? It's a math program, too. Pisses me off. Random material you have to buy for university. Serious. My favorite thing is that The IT professor was like, no, I'm not gonna make you buy this or this. I'm gonna give you a link, and here's how you can get this and this for free, and this for free, and this for free, and this for free. Did it just crush it? Wait a second. Wait a minute. Yeah, the IT professor, or the computer science professor was like, nah. I ain't making you pay for this. I mean, they kind of had us... We did have to get a textbook. But I lucked out, and someone already had it. So, I didn't have to buy it. Just a hand-me-down. Campus bookstore. Oh, God. I mean, honestly, that sounds kind of fun. Kind of. Minus the prices that you have to deal with. It was not fun. What? 600 there's it. You know what? Actually, that's so very possible, but it feels like something I shouldn't believe. But the problem is that it is so real. Specifically with doctors. People like going for their medical degrees and law. And law. Yeah, I know. I mean, it wasn't 600 USD, but I know a friend had to buy a subtotal of like almost 600. 2 books were like $250 a pop. $500. Foreplay, what? Wait, it didn't even give me a signal. What's the point? So you just don't want to eat anything anymore, huh? Alright, starve then. Couldn't even tell you what that class was for. Maybe the health class. Right? Probably. Yeah, I should have expected that to happen. I was thinking like, oh, I'm gonna be big brain about this. What was that? There needs to be a button by these doors that just stops them from closing. Just temporarily. Please. Look, I've been saying this since 0.4. Or 0.3. Whenever I started playing. Okay. Now the screen's just flickering. Oh, come on, they're all fine. The double wall is crazy. Like, come on, man. Come on. It just flew. You see that? I had airtime. Damn chair, man. Yeah. Yeah. That's why you go for financial aid, am I right? So you don't have to pay these insane prices if you can get it. Didn't know it was so hard to get. What if I get sick from using the same cup over and over again? Broad? Oof. Someone took student loans out in my name? What? How does it even... That's crazy. Oh, it's delivery. Oh, it's 6 a.m. Damn, we got everything done before that. Crazy. Yo, Fusion, this is a felony. True. True dat. I will say I kind of wish these were delivered faster so I can, like, re-enable it. But I didn't have student loans for both undergrad and grad. You got, like, sponsorships or something? Is paid in full? Oh. Maybe they just found out who did it. I don't know, or maybe not. That I don't know about. Making enough to pay every semester? Oh, look at that. What a gamer. Pants grab, this is a felony. This is a felony. God. I can't wait to see it all gone. You don't understand. Curtains. The next major question. Do they chip? Please. Please. I think I have to wait for that one to be done. This wood chipper is fantastic. Even though it's gonna make this giant pile of paper now. We're gonna need a bigger boat. They do chip now? Do you mean the wooden doors or whatever these are? Wow, what a time for it to just freeze. Because I was always able to one of my first and biggest clips, or I guess shorts, was actually I think it's still the biggest clip that I have. It was a Voices of the Void clip where I picked up a curtain and I put it against the wood chipper because I wanted to see if it happened. And they chipped. They sure did. They got wood chipped real good. Although it was more like one of these. Not the jumbo ones. Ah, the curtains. Yeah, I feel like that was always a thing you can do. You keep saying recycle. Am I missing something? Is there just like a mechanic in this game that I haven't noticed? Ever? House flipper. Yeah, this is like the big organization part of the game. Don't forget, Voices of the Void is a free-to-play video game for now. From my understanding, it might not be on release, which is understandable. Even though that Patreon, bro, what was it, like 20,000 a month? Crazy. Crazy. Not technically, use it all the time. The table? The crafting table? I thought there's like an actual recycling thing. Dude. I know, it's kind of like one of the most annoying mechanics in the game. Is that he'll be at like 15% hunger, and most people just disable it so that he can't be picky. He just won't eat like 90% of what you offer. But anything inside of a can, he'll eat immediately. He never gets too picky for that. Pisses me off. I'm almost like tempted to leave these here so the doors just don't close. Because I really hate when the doors close. There are specific sections of this... I need to get the glow sticks. Because when you mount the glow sticks, like right here, the doors typically don't close. And the glow sticks don't get destroyed. Because when you reload, all of the doors do close, but... when you reopen them, they don't. I feel like I made a bigger mess. Don't worry, I can fix this. Nice broom, thank you. Yeah, one of those, you know... do it yourselves, make it yourselves. Well, there goes all of the things that I just fixed. And by fixed, I mean... Glow sticks have been weird in recent releases. Why? I will Alt F4 right now if you tell me that, like, the lighting isn't as strong. Because I'm not satisfied until I have the entire building glow sticked. Glow stuck. Well, super glitchy. Honestly, they were super glitchy for all my playthroughs as well. They had some weird moments where they get stuck on the walls and stuff and like kind of tweak out. Well, let's take a look at the main room now. All right, nice. We still got to deal with all this nonsense. Notepad++. You get issues with reloads and picking them up off walls? I see. That is not very optimal. Do you guys see him or not? I don't see him. I'm gonna make coffee. .3D printer, oh my god. My friend is obsessed with 3D printers. He got one a long time ago. Not the best 3D printer, but I'm talking like 2014. It's pretty cool. So much better now? Oh yeah, absolutely. I see, like, I got one, a thing 3D printed back when, leap motion was a thing with, like, VTuber tracking. I got a little, like, clip, question mark, that was made to hold that specific leap motion tracker thing. Yeah, freehand tracking, yeah. I don't even know where that is anymore. It's kind of useless, because VTube Studio doesn't use it. Might be good for, like, water dough. It might be what Leaf uses. But the best tracking was when it was facing your hands, right? So, not reverse and not on the desk, but on your shirt, basically. Yeah, Leaf uses Warudo. Warudo's pretty good. Pretty damn good. God, dude. All right. When you clean that out, yeah. I'm just trying to prioritize this room at the moment, but yes, the play would have to be to clean that one out. Once this room is fully clean, I will deal with that mess that I've now made over there. I want all of the first floor rooms to be clean first, and then I'll deal with everything up above. Being that, you know, the top floor is primarily the bedroom and the storage room, and the storage room typically is where I put the crypto miner. Because it's just the room where I can isolate it so it's not loud. But I think the crypto miner got nerfed. Dude, you're the one that's hungry. If you're not gonna eat it, then you're gonna starve. Like, what do you want from me? Bro wouldn't last a day. In the old life. The old Ico life of having the same bread with eggs. How'd you even get rid of it anyway? This pile? Probably trash bags. It's probably the best play. I could also shovel it and then get little scraps, but they've implemented so many of these trash piles that I kind of don't need it anymore. Ow. Will you eat it now? That's it. You took one bite out of the food can and you don't want to eat it. Okay, we need to find the real food cans. Oh god, they're probably in the basement. Are there any food cans up here? Please. He's hungry for no reason. Can I hold these? Huge. We might take that. Canned food. Canned food. Wow. I agree. If you're gonna be that picky, then you might as well just starve. Fortunately, canned food. Not the other one, but these, he'll always eat. Never gets sick of these. I don't know why. No, can opener stays here. This will be our storage. So the food doesn't go bad. The food that he won't eat. Huh? Oh, I think I was just that hungry. Started hallucinating. Yeah, well, you know, apparently he'll eat out of the rusty can at all times, but not the normal food can or the stew tray. I don't know if food goes bad when it's stored away. I don't think it does. But it might. It might. I think it should be fine if it's boxed away. I mean, these are all MRE related, so they shouldn't go bad anyway. Oop. Saw that fuse. Radical meme. Okay. Great. I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. There's more of these waste bins, man. Oh my god, I thought we were done. Let's try that again. Printed a ton of upgrades for the printer itself, and it turned out pretty sick. Wait, that's crazy. That's actually pretty sick. Remember, my first printer was a used monoprice printer. I got it for 150 bucks. Used the shit out of it. Printed a ton of stuff. A ton of upgrades for the printer itself, and it turned out pretty sick. Now I got much bigger and crazy ones, but still impressed with what that little thing could do. Yeah, it sounds like the one that my friend had then. He broke it at some point, but he did basically just print a bunch of... It was mostly small stuff. The Great Wastebasket Tower. Yo, what's up, G Willikers? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in. Oh no, we're full. Not like this. Welcome, we're just playing some Voices of the Void, one of the greatest games of all time. What's up, Lugs? What were we streaming? What were we streaming? Let me get one of these out. The Elder Scroll. Oh, Skyrim. Oh my god. Yeah, that game that I have a billion hours in, but like mostly just modding the game. Good times, good times. Skyrim together. Hell yeah. That sounds super fun. I just think of Skyrim and I think of the fact that most of my hours nowadays, I've beat the game like twice total, and that probably took maybe at most like 200 hours, maybe, perhaps, maybe more, maybe less. I have like 1,500 hours in that game, and most of it's just modding and testing if the mods work, and then giving up. It's great. It's so great. It is when it doesn't crash. Yeah, that's very true and very understandable. Very true. A lot of fun together, but sometimes it crashes. Yeah. Yeah. I know that feeling all too well. Where did my sponge go? I have thrown out my sponge. Uh-oh. Anyone see where I put my sponge? Kind of need that. Did I drop it somewhere? Oh, I literally put it on the table. Jeez. Oh, jeez. Yeah, it used to crash all the time when I was trying to do modded stuff. I know it got a lot better. Specifically with the newer edition. I mean, after, you know, the modders fixed it a little bit, because I know that for the longest time you could not mod the newest edition. Something like that, right? Well, that sounds fun. Nice. Hell yeah. Sounds super fun. We're just playing Voices of the Void. This game is very addicting, very fun. But it'll never end. I will never stop playing. Ever. Just when you think this playthrough will be done, I'm gonna start another one. And another one. And another one. It'll take away my social life. Whatever is left of that, anyway. Bruh. There's even more down here. I'm speedrunning this room in particular to clean up. Because when the Great Cataclysm comes and just obliterates all of my organization, I need to make sure that the casualties are not this. Because it's gonna fly all over my room. I don't want it. We gotta get it done. We gotta get it cleaned up. We gotta clean it up. Keep trying to do modded Stellaris, but the AI always killed the game. Modded XCOM 2 was my biggest, like, struggle. I put so much effort into XCOM 2 and modding it. But, like, I kept adding more cosmetics and stuff. Just because I wanted to make, like, super custom characters. Unfortunately, that game doesn't like it when you do that. And so I got, like, to a certain part of the game, and it just would never, it wouldn't load anymore. It would just keep crashing, and I was so sad. I was so sad. Relax. Relax. We gotta bring in one of the crafting stations into this room. But that'll have to wait for when it's a little bit more organized. No, the square wheels are fortunately gone. That was an air... Oh. Oh. My ATV's up a mountain at the moment. But no, it doesn't have the wheels. That was a pretty good April Fool's joke. Now I'm the April Fool who left their ATV up on top of a mountain. I forgot, dude. I forgot. We should probably go get that at some point. Probably. We also need to fix the fuses. But that costs money. Or time. I mean, look at the difference, though. Look how clean this kitchen is now. It's pretty good, pretty good. This looks way better and more open now. It costed me 4 full trash bins, but you know, that's okay. That's okay. Oops. I don't even know what to do with these. Let me repeat that in English. I don't know what to do with these. I think I'm just gonna make a storage facility upstairs. Next to the crypto miner in due time. No, my April Fool's joke was a little bit of a... It wasn't that impressive this year. I kind of got lazy with it. It was just my intro. My intros are like very Adult Swim inspired. So, I basically just made a little silly intro, which was fully in Comic Sans. Joe the Lion's favorite font. It was just 100% Comic Sans. And it literally just repeated the word today in different ways. For 5 minutes straight. It was great. Okay. No! Okay. No, I love this game. This is actually one of my favorite games ever. I'm bleeding from that? From these bananas? Man, I just cleaned the floor. Well, okay, that's okay. It was only 1 bleed. Ugh. Gonna take a shower? Yep, enjoy. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. We're gonna start winding down here in a bit, but I'm trying to figure out some further organization before we fully wind down. Let's get rid of this first. I'm waiting for these to like rubber band into me because I'm doing this crazy. We're good, we're good. Just one more. Just uno mas. Come on. Yes. Yes. Well. This is as good as done. This corner will be emptied out. I will probably... You know, I just realized. Huh. Last time I played, maybe I didn't notice, but there used to be 4 lockers here. And the reason that I mention this is because there's a specific signal that occurs with 4 lockers here, and one of them has a thing like peeking out. And the premise is to not look or not open it because it crashes your game. But I guess it'll just work with the 1 locker now? That would make sense. I don't know how else they would do it. Skyrim, oh Skyrim. What the? What a mess. I'm gonna... This spot right here will either be a new storage area, since we already have 3 of these shelves here. I would say that we would probably clear out this corner. There's more space, so I might make a red shelf thing here. One of the crafting tables will be moved here. I don't know what I'll do across this wall. Maybe I'll move the table there. And then there's a power thing, so... I used to just have the battery charger here, but I'm scared of the battery charger, especially now that there's no underground little thing. They removed my favorite part of the game. It's okay though, you know, I only cried every day, waiting for it to come back. Little troll face. It's cool though. God, what do I do with this? This pile is going to this is going to be... Can I shred the chairs? When in doubt, wood chipper. Ah, the Ico solution of the decade. Wood chipper. Alright, well that's how we're gonna get rid of every single chair. I don't know what to do with the tables. I don't know what to do with the rest of these bins or whatever. Whatever you want to call them. Little office storage things. These cabinets, that's what it is. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with them. Yes, you can. The ultimate solution to my problems. Wood chipper. I mean, only sort of a solution, because then I have to clean up every single little pile of trash. But, evidently... that'll be good. I mean, that's okay, because I really don't use the garage. My ATV is always outdoors. Like, what do I use this for? Just to, like, open the hatch to get the drone stuff? I feel like that's pretty much it. I mean, the rest of this is fine, because it's storage. I just need to figure out what I want to do with it. Bruh. The cabinets will stay. I'll put them along the wall. Maybe I'll even, like, stack some on top of each other. That'll be fine. I can kind of picture putting the trash along there, but I think I need a better storage area for the trash. Still gotta clean up this entire section. Are there any piles here? Whoa, what the? This is extremely suspicious. Why would there just be an open space like that? Hey, I saw one of these on a wall. There's an area outside that had one of those, like, pipes. Good lord, this is so much trash. Dude, you can be like the most disaster train wreck human being. I don't believe that someone can make this extreme of a mess. Well, that was easy. Alright, we need a new trash bin. My favorite thing is that for the longest time, I still had no idea what those little, like, cement poles did. I never understood what their purpose was. But they were intended for placing cameras. It's just that I never used the cameras. Electronic, 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 electronic. Electronic, 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 electronic. Cheese! Ooh, for real? Yeah, their whole purpose is to put the cameras on there. Or to just clean it. Yo, clean the trash a little bit. All right, cool. Very cool. All right, we need the fuses. I heard a noise that sounded like an event was happening. Where's all my glass trash? What? Do I just not have any? Jeez. Oh, here it is. I'm like, dude, we picked up so many bongs. There's a drive in here. There's 2 drives in here. Not to be mistaken with OneDrive. Anyone even use OneDrive? I actually do know someone who uses OneDrive. Think about it. But not to me myself. Okay. What am I missing? Electronic scrap, copper wire, glass scrap. Oh, metal scrap. Metal. Dude, that's totally metal. You use OneDrive? Yeah, I was like, actually, people do use OneDrive. It's not like it's a bad thing. I don't use it just because I have so much storage. Can an empty can be like metal scrap, please? Probably not. That'd be really cool, though. Oh, okay. Wait, that makes sense. I see. Yeah, those damn staples. Typically, I just like mail stuff if I need to print some. But that's such a scuff process. Fuse. Fuse. Yes. Well, that'll suffice for one. Temporarily. I'm not gonna go to every single one. Oh, I'm thinking. As you know, that's a very uncommon thing for streamers. I like that it doesn't close. Is it just because this thing is too close? Like, can I move something close enough to this door to prevent it from closing? That drive just... Huh? Oh. Pencil holder. The big EP time. I'm gonna need a full hook if I want to like carry stuff around with the ATV. At least until I get the actual back like storage. Wow. Silent Hill. Damn, when it gets this stormy, it's insane. I don't think I've ever seen this kind of weather pattern. Have you seen it? Not yet. What is it? I'm not sure. It appears and goes away consistently. Are you sure about that? I'm more concerned about something else. There are more? What is it? Yes, inside the bounds area on the mountain. Look at the opposite. It says opposite. It's trying to say opposite. I actually don't remember what that triggers, because we don't really leave the bounds of the game very much, except for the plush. It seems I need to charge my keyboard. I'm going full wireless at this point. I'm over it. I used to be like, keep everything as nostalgic as possible. The appearance is good enough. Everything's going wireless. As wireless as possible. I'm over it. Oh. What, no food? For real, for real? Oh man. I mean, there's MREs. No soup. Okay, I'm pissed. Anything in this? What was that? Kerfis? No. Kerfis. Lead the way, buddy. Oh, God. This is what happens. I left him off for so long. Now he's just going on his own little adventure. Energy 66.6. Well, I just want to say I've been waiting to get this event for a long time. So I'm kind of hyped. But also extremely sad. This feels like I'm walking my cat. Here you go, buddy. Walking your cat? Yeah, look, I'm walking my cat. Well, you never walked your cat before? It's kind of struggling to get up here. I just drag them? You better not bring me to a flesh pile. I sure hope an axe will suffice in what we're about to potentially witness. And also, I'm hungry. And now my axe is on the ground. Yeah, it's a flesh pile. Please don't fall. Please don't fall. Please don't fall. We have to go home. I'm hungry. I gotta enable Kerfis. And we gotta run. Yeah, I've only seen Grimmy deal with that. So I've never really seen what happens aside from that, like, combat sequence.
Wow.
I'm glad it's not too far from base. I didn't really pay attention to my hunger. Actually, yes, I did, because I was looking for food. And then I heard the clanking, and I'm like, uh-oh. Did I finally get the event at the most frustrating possible moment? As I'm starving, and this dude doesn't... What was that? This dude doesn't eat anything? Hey, wait. Hold on. I mean, in all honesty, this dude would never survive the apocalypse. Because, like, how can you be this picky when you're starving? You're literally falling on the ground. From hunger. I think Grimby had like a machete or something during that fight, so... Yeah, I don't know. See, this is the thing. This game needs to balance the... At least, like, if you're playing at 0.5% or 50% speed for the day-night cycle, I think it should adjust a little bit. there's more like logic behind not eating 70 times a day. But I understand there's different mechanics that make it all work in this game. Like, you need to make a proper full meal, and maybe you won't even be hungry for several days. There's shrimp upstairs that I could cook, but I'm not doing that. Because those shrimp are very important for something else. Are the Transformers about to... Yeah, TR2 is at 27, TR3. TR3 is the one that I reset the most... No, actually, that's not true. TR1. Man, the entire... Aiko decided... Yeah, you know, there's just... All my problems, I'm gonna hide them somewhere else so I can deal with them later. Just another problem for future Aiko, I guess. Excellent. We all know that he'll never deny some canned food. So this has got to be the real play. It also restores some sleep stamina, which is extremely poggers. Sweet. We could also go piss. If we piss... That's more stamina. I think it's like 5. I think it restores 5, or is it 0.5? I can't wait for the entire first floor to be clean, and then this section is just gonna be... The mess that we see right now. Loving the little, like... What was that? There's no way. Oh wait, he's back. I forgot. Kerfus? Oh, you already got in. Bruh. Hey, good job, buddy. Good job. Alright, good night. We should probably charge... We should probably charge you. I really thought that it happened again. Okay. Let's get 3 drives. Let's grab some of these. What? Wow. One still works. Just one. That's crazy, dude. Maybe I have more glass scrap somewhere. I don't think so. Nah, I think we're cooked. 3 fuses is just, it's just not enough, man. Oh wait, I need metal scrap. Sweet. The radio tower has fuses? That... It probably does, but... The radio tower is quite useful. Quite very useful, indeed. That's the problem. Everywhere that I can think of, like, getting replacements, it's a different problem. Like, this is too useful. This, might explode. This might kill me. Man, what a mess. Whoever did that, jeez, seriously. Good lord. Just an MRE up top, that's good. This is awful. I can't even walk through here anymore, now it's triggering me. Oh yeah, the transformers. Those are gonna shut off, and then we're cooked. True. Metal debris. Metal debris. Do you have more metal debris? Metal chunk. Metal debris. I mean, hey, surely an empty beer bottle counts as glass, right? Come on. I'm gonna see what the empty cans count as, if even anything. Metal scrap. Aw, dang it. The beer bottles don't count. Well, I'm in hell. No matter, we have 4. If I get 2 more fuses, if I craft 2 more fuses, I will be more than okay about going to each one of those and planting or adding the new fuses, I guess. None of these gave me food cans, just potatoes that I've just been neglecting. Oh boy, more potatoes. I don't know, I cooked the potato and it didn't work, and I was like, well, alright. Alright, let's do this. While we head for the transformers, it might be optimal to at least fix 2 of these things, since they're all zeroed out. I don't know which ones are close, but we have to go to 2 and we've got to go to 3 at least. Let's do all the calibrations because Kerfus went out. No, it wasn't 10 seconds. That potato was like 60 seconds. And the only reason I know that is because It literally burned me to hold it. So I dropped it. I need fuel of 100, please. Please. Excellent. Off we go. On our tremendous walk. When you first plugged in the microwave? The second time. I don't think you were here when I actually did that. Wow, that's a lot of boxes out there too. Not my problem. Hey, this outdoor space can be as dirty as it wants, but my indoor working facility is going to be squeaky clean. It's what it's. Oh no. You know what's funny? You know what's funny? I was thinking to myself, just now, when I was turning that way, will this guy ever show up again? Are we good, right? Does beer count as fuel? Funny enough, I do think it does. I'm running. Huh? Oh, right, we're going to the TRs. He's following me! He wants the booty. Show me the booty. Give me the booty. It's running too. It's like... Well, I might have actually lost it now. I don't remember if it kills you. Typically it's shy if you look at it. It might be like if you look at it for too long, it strikes. Look at the booty. Show me the booty. Give me the booty. Barrel. Oh god. Wait. Where the hell am I? You'd rather close the door? There is no door. Only death. How long is he gonna follow me for? At Skyfall. Alright, we're here for this one. I say we replace the two. Damn it. Oh, 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 oh. 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 This is my safety zone. This is my safety zone. I'm safe here. Oh, wait. This is not optimal. Is he chasing you too? I don't think he noticed me. I don't know. He might have despawned. At least he didn't catch up to the... It's right behind you. I kind of believe it. I think it's gone, though. It didn't appear at the... control tower. Hey, bud. Hey. No, you know, I didn't forget about you. I would never. Alrighty then. Calculator. Well, we can drive back home. Which is nice. But I said, kinda just left it up here. On top of the hill. I wonder how the battery's doing. I feel like it was slower. Left the door open again? No. Oh, they auto-close. No, we're fine. They close on their own. It's actually one of the most annoying parts of this game because I want to keep some doors open in my facility, and it won't let me. I'm gonna have a personal complaint with Mr. Dr. Nose about not implementing door stoppers. Or a button. Just give me a button that prevents some doors from closing. Well, I only repaired one of the towers. I suppose we can go to Tower 1 really quick. I think it was here somewhere, right? I'd like to say it's kind of hard to admit. There it is. Nope, I lied. Yeah, whatever. Is that it? Dude. Oh, there it is. I guess we could also visit William if we want. Bruh. Okay, we're good. I only had one fuse in here. I mean, that kind of explains a lot. Here I thought I gave each one two, but I guess one of them I had to leave. We're live for 6 hours? Damn. You know, that's kind of comedic, considering that I still have math pre-calc assignments to do. Quizzes. Lemo Pimo, thank you for the follow. It's okay, I would say I have a whole weekend, but technically I don't have time on Sunday. So I still have the rest of today and tomorrow. Oh yeah, we got that airtime. Still didn't grab a crowbar. I don't know where one is for some reason. Is there one at the bottom of the lake? Was that a pickaxe? I don't remember. I think you should be able to use broken fuses to fix, or like make new fuses. I'm not sure why that's not a thing. Okay, let's see. Can I... Okay, I guess only 2 really need to be stable. And then we can do our signal stuff again. Why is it blinking? Yeah, you do that. I literally just... What, because it's at 59? Just calibrate, alright? Don't piss me off. Nice. Can't stop addicted to the shindig. Like I said, this is a problem for future Ico. I think current time Ico did a pretty good job at getting rid of most of the problem. Okay? Chop top, he says, I'm gonna win big. East Coast. Oh, I was like, why can't I move? East Coast love is living in the West End. I skipped the whole like part there, I'm pretty sure. Whoa. Magic. Bruh. What an aggressive, like, door closing sound. We are back in action, ladies and gentlemen, for a short period of time before all of those fuses die again, and then I'm gonna be pissed. Bollocks. Dude. Hey, come on, man. Come on, man. Alright, cool. Well, that's good. We'll have enough signals for tomorrow, at the very least. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. Hey, Timon! What's up, bro? What are you streaming, man? What are you streaming here? Okay, let me get you one of these. Slay the Spire 2. Everyone obsessed with that freaking game. I mean, I love Slay the Spire 1. I played the hell out of it, but... I feel like, you know, the success of cleaning this room came with the downfall of this room. You know, like, this is pretty bad. But look at the bright side. Trash bag, grab all of these, sell them, we get some money back. Or points. We get some points back. It's a point back guarantee. It's not all lost. Okay. Ghost orbs? Yo, ghost orbs! Holy moly! What do I want to do first? I think we're gonna start upping the processing level. 30 plus 10 a level. What? Oh, it's gonna be 40 next, is what it's saying, right? Understood, understood. Understood. Maybe I should just get more upgrades. The problem is, if I don't have a single upgrade for the control towers and the fuses, then I'm pissed. What's the point? What is the point? Lightning prediction? Predicts and analyzes incoming lightning strikes, protects the 50 meter radius around the base. That's cool, but I need that for... Also, it costs 350. So, whatever. Damn, 1,500 for an ATV solar upgrade. What? How much is the GPU? 200. How much is the rack? What? What is it? Rig. What? Frame. 200. CPU. Cooler. Fan. What? Oh, those you have to craft, I think. The fans you have to craft, I'm pretty sure. The coolers. Okay. Alright. I mean, not terrible, not terrible. Not terrible. We have to make a mining rig soon, but I have to clean up the upstairs for that to be a viable decision. Yay, more canned food. You know, I never even made use of the kitchen last playthrough. I just found there was no point, because I could just have everything in here. But now we kind of need the kitchen. And I need a, we should move the cookbook down here. I don't think I'll do much upstairs. What does my book cook? Here. Can I move this entire fridge? Dude, I would have thrown it out of the window and try to, like, move it all the way down to the thing over here. The kitchen. Although, if I need the oven, then we're screwed. Okay. Uh-oh. Burger. Bruh. My baskets. Well, enough of that. What? Oh my god. They take up so much space. Here you go. There you go. Living the life. Buh. Never mind, the dirt. No, actually, no. I think it's fine. We gotta get a mop. That's what we gotta get. We need a mop. It's like 300. Bollocks. Because the mop cleans the windows. Pretty wicked sick. East Coast love is living in the West End. Alright. I think this is a good time to stop. We're 6 hours in. I'm hungry. I got my math. I gotta do my maths. So. GG's. That is a good GG's moment. Big GG's. Video gamers. I will be back on Monday. So everybody, if you celebrate, have a good Easter. Oh my god, Easter. Easter, Easter, Easter. If you do not celebrate, then have a great weekend. Thank you for hanging out today. I appreciate it. Hopefully the weather stabilizes so we don't go crazy, but I'm currently going crazy. Who do we got? Eli. Eli is just chatting. Cool. Alright. Send you over there. Yeah, have Easter and such. And if you do not have Easter, then have weekend. Yes, thank you again. That is a crazy dono. Thank you so much. That's insane. You are crazy. You are crazy. Thank you again for the raids. All the support. And I'll see you guys after Easter. You'll get splashed by water on Monday. By the I'll have a bucket ready and maybe a hose. It's a Polish thing. I don't know if a lot of countries celebrate that. Alright, GG's. Have a good weekend. Thank you again for all the support. You guys are crazy. Peace.